Check 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Check 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Check, check. Can you hear us in queue? You still have a buzz? We don't have a buzz. Check 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Check 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Donna, do you have a buzz? Yeah, we have no buzz. What? No, there's no crowd mic. All that's in is our 2 headsets. He still says there's a buzz back there for him.
How bad of a buzz is it?
How bad? Like, is it airable or no?
I guarantee you it's because this is up so loud.
Can you still hear a buzz? Check 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Check 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I bet your volume just went down a little bit, but...
Okay. Alright. Why does he say bring audio down?
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at WHMsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
You've been in an accident. The choice of a lawyer may be the biggest decision you make for you and your family's future. At Mansion Ferretti, we offer a free consultation and no fees until we win your case. Call us today and protect your future. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
Hagerstown Ford continues to be your leader in car sales up and down the I-81 corridor. We will beat any and all competitors' prices, and we've made buying a new car easier than ever with one-day delivery better than Amazon and a return policy better than Walmart. Your satisfaction is our guarantee. If you don't like it, simply return it and we'll come pick it up. No questions asked. Why would you shop anywhere else? At Hagerstown Ford, we take great pride in our community and supporting our local student athletes. That's why Hagerstown Ford is the official car dealership of Shepherd Rams quarterback Tyson Bagent. Our remote buying process has made new car shopping so easy, you'll never even set foot in a dealership. Simply go to HagerstownFord.com and click on the car you want to buy it, or use the Axle Auto app. It's that easy. You can order your new car on any device. Go to HagerstownFord.com and get your new car signed, sealed, and delivered from Hagerstown Ford.
The following sports special is a broadcast presentation of Talk Radio WRNR Martinsburg.
Dear Lord, the battles we go through life.
Dear Lord, the battles we go through life.
We ask for a chance is fair.
We ask for a chance is fair.
Chance to equal our stripe.
Chance to equal our stripe.
Chance to do it there.
Chance to do it there.
We should win.
We should win.
Let it be by the code.
Let it be by the code.
Faith and honor held high.
Faith and honor held high.
We should lose.
We should lose.
Stand by the road.
Stand by the road.
Cheers when winners go by.
Cheers when winners go by.
Day by day.
Day by day.
We get better and better.
We get better and better.
So we can't beat beat.
We can't beat beat.
Boom, beat, beat.
Who let the dogs out? It's time for the excitement of West Virginia high school football, featuring the AAA Martinsburg Bulldogs. To get you ready for today's play-by-play action, we'll bring you interviews, in-depth analysis, and important game information on the pregame show. So let's get things started by going to the stadium and join our Talk Radio WRNR broadcast team.
Good evening from Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium. Colin McLaughlin alongside me is Matt Crawford for Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10 as we welcome you into the W. Harley Miller Systems Pregame show brought to you by W. Harley Miller Systems, providing custom integration services like home and office automation, home theater, networking, audio-video distribution, and more. Phone 304-350-1931 or visit WHMsystems.com. Matt, first off, thank you for being on the call with me today as Dylan is out this week. Appreciate you driving back to Martinsburg for tonight's playoff game between the Bulldogs and the Mohigans.
Absolutely. Got the call on Tuesday from station owner Mike Hornby, and I couldn't turn it down. Luckily, my 9-to-5 boss was willing to let me out a few hours early today. But obviously, a game I couldn't pass up doing. It's playoff time in West Virginia, and that means it is special time in the state of West Virginia. The 14-3 matchup here today. Not quite the first stage. We did have a game last night that you saw right here.
Yes,
we'll talk about that a little later on, but should be a good one here tonight in the 14-3 matchup as the Mohigans come to Coburn Field.
Yeah, they've played 7 times so far in the postseason. Martinsburg's 6-1. Also, a shout-out to our crew tonight, first off, before we really get too in-depth. Sideline reporter / cameraman will be Spencer Dupuis. Our executive producer is Donna Schaffner. And our main cameraman is Braden Schaffner. Back at the studio is Nick Verzolini. Also apologize if there's any technical audio issues. Not 100% sure if there is or not because we don't hear a buzz, but we were informed that going back out through TV and YouTube as well as Talk Radio WRNR, there might be a buzz, and we're going to do our best when we do go to break for the check of the area schedule to try and fix that issue if it is still going on. But we're about 45 minutes or so away from kickoff, Matt. In Martinsburg, the last time these two teams met, got the win. That only win in the playoffs was the 2004 state championship for Morgantown. But the rain has stopped, so hopefully what we were worried about is no longer the case in a just pound the ball matchup. Martinsburg, with the rain stops, might be able to air it out.
Yeah, for two of the most storied programs in the state of West Virginia when you're looking at AAA football, these teams haven't seen each other since 2017, and that was a very lopsided game in the first round of the playoffs, 61-0. Martinsburg got the win over then quarterback Logan Holgerson, that same Holgerson, who was leading Morgantown at the time, was on the sideline for that game, and Martinsburg rolled in that one. I'm sure they're looking for the same result here tonight.
Yeah, that's why a lot of people believe that they wanted to play tonight is because of the ground and pound mentality led by Nutter as well as a few others. Washington you'll see tonight, but it's a run by committee for Morgantown this year, and with the conditions, even though it's a turf field, it still might pose a challenge, but nobody's been able to run the ball, it seems like, all year long against Martinsburg, as the defense only allows an average of 47 running yards per game. Yeah,
you're talking under 500 yards for the season, which is just incredible at the high school level, since that's really the bread and butter of a lot of these offenses across the Mountain State. And you look at talking about the weather, and having the turf fields really does kind of play to an advantage when the rain happens. It's a little more slick.
Imagine if Musselman played today instead of yesterday.
Oh, why do you think Wheeling Park wanted to switch, buddy?
They still lost.
They still lost. We'll talk about that when you hear about that when I'm checking the area schedule.
Yeah, you'll hear from Coach Thomas.
But it should be a good one tonight. I'm really looking forward to it. The rain has stopped, as you said. Crowd's starting to file in. It looks like it's, for right now, a beautiful night here in downtown Martinsburg for playoff football.
Yep, let's take our first break on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show, and on the other side of that break, you will have the check of the area schedule. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at WHMsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
You've been in an accident. A distracted driver put texting over safety. Your injuries, loss of income, and medical bills can last a long time, even a lifetime. Our job is to try and secure justice that will protect you and your family for the rest of your life. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
October is Safe Sleep and SIDS Awareness Month. WVU Medicine, Berkeley Medical Center, and Jefferson Medical Center are joining in the effort to promote healthy sleep habits for newborns and raise awareness about sleep-related risks to infants. The Birthing Center Safe to Sleep team at Berkeley Medical Center and Jefferson Medical Center have both earned distinction as Gold Certified Safe Sleep Champions by the National Safe Sleep Hospital Certification Program. If you are a parent of an infant, the first thing you can do to help create a healthy sleep environment is to clear the crib.
What came first, the chicken or the egg? No matter what you think, you can have it either way. Rock's new bagel croissant and chicken waffle breakfast sandwiches are made fresh every morning. Rock's local market.
Rise and shine. You're gonna be late for work. Good morning, sleepyhead. Have a good one.
Rock's new bagel croissant and chicken waffle breakfast sandwiches are made fresh every morning. Rock's local market.
Welcome back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. It's now time for the check of the playoff schedule, brought to you by Sunset Water Services, proudly installing water softeners in Martinsburg and Berkeley County since 1989. The playoffs are finally here, and it started off in Class AAA with the 8th-seeded Musselman-Applemen hosting the 9th-seeded Wheeling Park Patriots last night. The Applemen were able to hold on late to get the 28-23 win over the Patriots. Musselman now awaits the winner of number 16 Hedgesville and number 1 Parkersburg South. Here's what Musselman head coach Brian Thomas had to say after the win.
But I had tons of confidence coming into tonight. You know, I've coached long enough to know you can kind of read teams and field teams, and I just had such a good vibe. We had a great practice last night under these lights. You know, about 7 o'clock last night we had practice on this field, just kind of a walkthrough, and man, it was great. We were sharp, and I don't know, man, I had so much confidence. So I thought we were going to win, but like as a program, we believe every game we're going to win. That's just the mindset. Well, I mean, it's cool. I mean, you look at one end of the stick. You know, 16s have beat ones before. I mean, Musselman High School didn't win a state championship in '95. It happened last year with Fairmont Senior. So, you know, on the one side of things, it'd be awesome. You know, Hedgesville come out, beat Parkersburg South. It'd be an EPAC rivalry game back on our field. You know, another rematch. You know, and then if Parkersburg South wins, you know, you get a shot at the number 1 team in the state. So, you know, both sides of things. We'll sit down and watch a little bit and watch. You know, the cool thing is we were the first game in the state, so we get to sit back. Man, we get to relax. Everybody else can be stressing tomorrow and Saturday and having to come out and get ready for these games. I'm sitting back relaxing and watching scores all weekend.
For the first time under head coach Matt Faircloth, the Hedgesville Eagles are in the postseason. Hedgesville finished the regular season with an exclamation mark, beating Hampshire 61-8 to finish 5-5 overall and clinch postseason berth as the 16th seed. Being the 16th seed, Hedgesville has a tough task of heading to Parkersburg South to try and knock off the top-ranked Patriots, who finished the regular season 9-1. Coach Faircloth shared his thoughts about the game and what his team needs to do to get the win tomorrow.
I mean, the biggest thing about it for us, I got asked the same question, but you know, for us, we played top 5 teams all year. You know, we played Morgantown, they were number 2. We played Martinsburg, they were number 1. We played Musselman, they were number 1. Friendship Collegiate down in a pretty legit program, and Jefferson beat in the top 10. So for us, it's been. We play tough teams all year. It's nothing new for us. We got to go out and we got to find ways to some of their weaknesses, some of our strengths, and we got to go out and play a clean game. And if we can do that, I think we can drag them into some deep water. But I keep reminding people, in 2018, the last time we were in playoffs, we had to make that trip to Parkersburg South, and we pulled the upset then. So anything can happen for us. We just got to go out and do our thing. You know, number 1, the receiver for them, is probably one of the most electrifying kids we've played all year. Quarterback's really mobile, throws really well, they're big up front, and I mean, they fly around on defense. They really pursue the football, and for us, I think if we can get the ball out and eliminate their blitz game for their defense, I think we can do some things offensively. You know, we got to be a lineman assignment. We got to rally to the football like we did Friday night.
The Jefferson Cougars also finished the regular season in dominating fashion with a 41-17 win over their cross-county rivals, the Washington Patriots. Jefferson finished the regular season 7-3 overall, putting them 10th in Class AAA. The Cougars travel to 7th-seeded Spring Valley to clash with the Timberwolves tomorrow afternoon, who finished the regular season with an 8-2 record. It's the second straight year for Jefferson making the postseason, and this time with the experience game from last year, Jefferson head coach Craig Hunter says his team team is up for the challenge that is the Spring Valley Timberwolves ground game.
It's always a good thing to get the kids back and to get the team back in the playoffs. You know, the kids get excited for it. The community's excited for it. So, you know, it gets the program pumping back up again. You know, hopefully with that, you get the excitement buzz around the program again. You get more kids wanting to come out for the program, and it just continues to grow and get better. They like to run the ball. I mean, that's going to be it. We want to be at a point where we want to be able to stop the run. If we can stop the run enough, I think that puts us in a good opportunity to win the game. Defensively, they get after it. They pursue the ball well. They're good up front. They're really good up front, explosive. So we just got to take care of the trenches. Try to get the ball in the hands of our playmakers and let them work. They're more, like I said, they're more of a powerhouse team that's going to actually, you know, try to smash mouth us, and we're kind of more of a finesse team. So, I mean, with that being said, the two different styles, you know, somebody actually has weaknesses on one side or the other. So I think, you know, we have a good chance of going down the fourth set.
The other AAA playoff games this week are number 15 Woodrow Wilson at number 2 Huntington tonight, number 13 University at number 4 Hurricane tonight, number 12 Princeton at number 5 George Washington, and number 11 Cabell Midland at number 6 Bridgeport tomorrow. That was your check of the playoff schedule, brought to you by Sunset Water Services, proudly installing water softeners in Martinsburg and Berkeley County since 1989. Once again, our matchup tonight features the 14th ranked Morgantown Mohigans and your 3rd ranked Martinsburg Bulldogs. We will continue to preview this matchup coming up next on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
You've put up with your water long enough. It's time for Sunset Water Services, your local water solution since 1989, to fix your water problems. Get better tasting, better smelling, and better looking water today. Say hello to drinking your own delicious water for pennies per gallon. Say yes to healthier skin and hair and to softer and brighter clothes. Sunset Water Services delivers your bags of salt to you, so they'll save your back too. And our products come with a 1-year satisfaction guarantee. Call 304-754-9031 for a free water quality test today. SunsetWater.com.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
Are you considering selling your home and don't know where to start? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Phone Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams at 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together. Pre-game show on Talk Radio, WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube. Colin McLaughlin alongside me is Matt Crawford as the number 14 Morgantown Mohigans take on the number 3 seeded Martinsburg Bulldogs tonight. As you just had to check of the area schedule to hear all the other AAA games going on this weekend, as well as already taking place in Musselman's win over Wheeling Park yesterday. But let's now break down the Morgantown Mohigans, who finished the season 6-4 overall this year for the first winning season in about 5 years.
Hey, it's all about building that program back up. And when you're in high school, you really have no real idea of how you're going to rebuild because you don't know how kids are going to grow. You don't know what the middle schoolers are going to do coming to high school. You're going to have a 6'2" 8th grader coming in that is skin and bones.
By the way, it was a year off. It's been 6 years, 2016.
Yeah, and never bulks up. You just don't know how you're going to rebuild. I'm sure if you ask their head coach, yeah, because it means we're in the playoffs. So this is a team this year that has been 500 in games that are decided by 2 scores or less. So they have been in tight football games. So that's what they're going to want to do tonight. They're not going to want to let Martinsburg get that early lead, and then they're consistently playing catch-up. Martinsburg could not be coming in playing any better football than they did midway through October to what we're looking at right now with 3 straight wins after a tough 1-point loss at Riverside back on the 8th. So you're looking at Morgantown, and they're coming in. They've played some tight games, but they're also coming in winners of 2 of their last 3, including wins against John Marshall and University last week. A loss against Lindsley, 31-20, but still, at that 11-point game, you're still talking about just 2 possessions, and really a possession and a half if you're getting that extra point, or you're getting the 2-point conversion. So they're going to want to keep it tight. This is a team that's going to run the football. So if they can keep it tight, that's going to feed into what they want to do offensively.
All right, due to still the audio issues, we'll take our second break. And on the other side of that break, you'll hear from the head coach of the Morgantown Mohigans, Sean Beiser. You're tuned in to West Virginia High School Football on Talk Radio, WRNR, and TV10.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case, and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve.
The Skinner Law Firm, SkinnerFirm.com.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%. Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Ollie's VIP North Side is the best spot to catch all your favorite teams. Join us Monday for Dollar Wings and Monday Night Football, Thursdays on the patio for the Cornhole Tourney, Friday night lights with happy hour specials, or Saturdays during or after the college games for steak night. Get a ribeye or New York steak for just $26.95. Ollie's has great food and drink menus too, along with 17 TVs to watch any game of your choice from anywhere at the bar or their outdoor patio and fire pit. So stop by and see for yourself today at 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. That's Ollie's VIP North Side. We'll see you for the game.
We welcome you back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. It's now time for the coach's interview, brought to you by Parsons Ford of Martinsburg at 1400 Shepherdstown Road and online at parsonsford.com. They became '1 by making you #1 first, Parsons. As I'm now joined by the head coach of the Morgantown Mohigans, Sean Beiser. Coach Beiser, your team 6-4 on the year, finishing off the season with a 31-20 loss against Lindsley, but let's start with the season as a whole. How have your team done, and what have you liked from them so far?
I think we've done fairly well. I mean, obviously we would like to win a few more games, but I thought our kids have bought into what we're trying to do here, and we're continually changing the culture of our program. So that's the #1 thing, and I think we're moving in the right direction, in a positive direction. So we're pretty pleased with that. The kids just come out. They've been working hard. They worked hard all summer. They bought in what we're doing. So, we can't really ask for much more.
And then looking at your guys' strength of schedule, a really tough one, how has that helped you guys out this year?
Well, I mean, it's always hard to make a schedule. So you always want to have a schedule that's challenging, but you don't want to, you try not to overschedule yourself. But we've played a pretty tough schedule. It's taken a toll on us. We're a little beat up right now, but our kids have gone by the motto of the next man in. So when somebody is going down, somebody else has just stepped in their place. But I think it definitely, it you have to challenge your program, and I think we've done that this season and the teams that we've played.
What have you liked most from your team this year?
They've played with effort. Every game we've played with great effort. They haven't come out and seemed like they were disinterested or anything like that. They've come out excited to play, and we've dropped a couple close games. Dropped a close one in overtime to Parkersburg South. Dropped a close one to Musselman at Musselman. Both those were on the road, and we even in those games our kids played really hard. So that's the biggest thing, is our kids have played hard every game.
Back in the playoffs this week, you guys take on Martinsburg, and it's historically two of the best programs within the last 2 decades doing battle. What are you looking forward to in Friday's game?
Well, it's one of those things. If you want to be an elite program, you have to play elite competition. It doesn't get any more elite than Martinsburg. So, we'll see where we stand and see how far we've come and how far we still have to go. And that's the biggest thing, is that the opportunity to go up there and play and be in that atmosphere and play those guys. And, like I said, they do a great job, and they're well coached, they're athletic all over the field. So, if we want to be one of the top teams in the state, this is what you have to do.
What have you seen when you've been able to scout Martinsburg this year?
We didn't really scout them other than we traded film. It's obvious, they're athletic in every position. Their defensive line comes off the ball. They're very explosive. They got several playmakers. Well, all their kids are playmakers on offense. They run that 2-quarterback system, and, the Grantham kid's a heck of a little running back for him. He's as dangerous as anybody out there. So, they have weapons all over the place offensively. They stress you out on defense on special teams because, they do so many different things, and they're very aggressive when they're special teams. So, they're just a complete team. There's not one phase where you look at it and say, oh, we think we have an advantage here, or there's a weakness here. I think they're strong in every phase of the game. So, just a great challenge for us.
What are some things this week in practice that you've been able to do to game plan for Martinsburg?
Nothing really. We just our normal playing. We've just looked at what they did, try to see what their strengths are, and try to do something that we'll be prepared for that. And then on our own end, try to do some things where we think we can make some plays where we might have a little advantage here or there, and try to make the most of that. So it's just a normal week for us. That's what you do every week, week in and week out. You evaluate your opponent, evaluate yourself, try to correct your mistakes, and then try to game plan to get ready to be successful on Friday night.
Who are some of the guys on your side of the ball that we should be watching out for?
I think number one, offensively, you got to look at someone like Bobby Powell, who has done a great job. He's kind of all over the field for us. He plays multiple positions for us. He's done a great job all year in our running game and our receiving game, and he blocks well. I think Broderick Washington's another one. He's been really good for us. Those two guys have been, they've carried most of the load offensively. And then, our receivers have done a pretty good job. Jacob Keir does a real nice job on the edge for us. So, we got several guys that have done a nice job, as well as our fullback game, depending on what our personnel is we have in the game. But, Caleb Nutter's he's been our workhorse for us all year long. So, those are the guys that I would definitely keep an eye on.
What's your team need to do to get the win?
We got to come out and play fundamentally sound football. We got to come out and play with effort like we have all year long. And we got to eliminate our mistakes and try to be opportunistic. Whatever opportunities we have to score, we got to take advantage of that. Any opportunities we get to get a turnover, we got to take advantage of that. And then, you're not going to stop their offense. You got to try to slow them down a little bit and play really strong on special teams.
Alrighty, Coach Beiser, any final thoughts?
Nope. Just excited to get the opportunity to make another appearance in the playoffs and, see what happens.
As that was the head coach of the Morgantown Mohigans, Sean Beiser. For the coach's interview brought to you by Parsons Ford of Martinsburg, they became number one by making you number one first. We'll be back for more of the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. After this commercial break, you're tuned in to Martinsburg Bulldog football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Hello, this is Mark Sutton of the Sutton & Janelle Law Firm. The right attorney can make all the difference in your case. That's why you should call Sutton & Janelle. We have been serving clients in West Virginia and Maryland since 1999 in the areas of family law, DUI, criminal defense, and personal injury. Sutton & Janelle works hard to obtain a favorable outcome for you at a reasonable rate with affordable payment options. Sutton & Janelle values your rights and is passionate about your success. Contact us today at suttonandjanelle.com.
This is Eric at Hagerstown Ford. Over the last decade, the way we buy things have evolved. Now, you get on your phone, click Want It, and it shows up at your front door. At Hagerstown Ford, it is that convenient. We've changed the car buying experience on the I-81 corridor forever. And with a return policy better than Walmart, there's absolutely no reason to buy a new or used car, truck, or SUV anywhere else. Just like Amazon, Hagerstown Ford will deliver the vehicle to you, where you are, and on your time. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. Why waste your time at a car dealership playing the dumb back-and-forth games? Besides, we hate it more than you do. I assure you, no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. will beat our price. No dealership from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania to Baltimore, Maryland will beat our price. And no other dealership will allow you to return it if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely provides the best experience at the best price. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience. Click on the vehicle you want and get your new ride delivered to you at no risk. See dealer for details.
My kids, you know I want the best for you, don't you? We need to have a conversation.
End-of-life planning is no one's favorite discussion, but the relief of having everything in place when the hour of need arrives is a gift. Give it to your family. Plan ahead with us.
Brown Funeral Homes, a leading provider of cremations, invites you to explore the many flexible options of cremation. From environmental considerations to the benefit of greatly reduced cost, it may be the perfect answer for your family. Online at brownfuneralhomeswv.com. Brown Funeral Homes, here for you.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
Conveniently located right off 81 at 214 Mid-Atlantic Parkway, Mountaineer Grill and Pub offers many daily specials, including happy hour 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. with $2 domestic bottles and $2.50 domestic drafts. Monday night is trivia night, Thursday night is wing night, and Wednesday and Sunday night is steak night.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
Hi, this is Lauren from Orsini's right here in Martinsburg. Grilling is not just for the boys. We are a Platinum Traeger dealer carrying the Pro Series all the way up to the Timberline Series. We have every flavor of wood pellets along with accessories, rubs, sauces. Not just Traeger, we carry Utz, Meat Church, Lanes, and Dizzy Pig. We also carry a full line of Yeti products. Orsini's has everything to complete your backyard. Visit us at 360 Hack Wilson Way or at Orsinis.com.
Radon is the second leading cause of lung cancer deaths in the United States each year. But do you know the radon levels in your home? Home is a place to live, love, and laugh, not a place to breathe air containing radon. The Berkeley and Morgan County Health Departments are distributing free confidential radon test kits, and you can get yours at the Berkeley County Health Department office in Martinsburg and the Morgan County Health Department office in Berkeley Springs. Protect your home and family. Get your free radon test kit today.
We welcome you back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. It's now time for the coaches' interviews, brought to you by Parsons Ford of Martinsburg at 1400 Shepherdstown Road and online at parsonsford.com. They became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons now joined alongside head coach of the Martinsburg Bulldogs, Britt Sherman. Coach Sherman, let's start off with last week's big win against Bishop Ireton on the road, 72-0. Dominating performance all around. What did you like from your team?
Well, I like the fast start. You know, sometimes when we have an off week, we've come out and been kind of stale. and we weren't like that on Saturday. We were hitting on all cylinders, and I don't think they were that great of an opponent, but at the same time we did what we were supposed to do, and I thought the guys were crisp and played really well.
What did you like from them executing on both sides of the ball?
Well, I like that we were able to hit our receivers in stride and run our routes correctly, and also did a really good job of blocking up front and finding holes. And then defensively, we were getting off the ball really fast and swarming to the ball, and we're finally hitting our gaps quickly and doing the things that we were doing back at the beginning of the year when we were coming in with this whole crew.
Finished the season 8-2 overall. 3rd seed in the state playoff, get to take on Morgantown tonight. It's going to be a rainy game most likely. What have you guys been gearing up for to prepare for this game against the Mohigans?
Well, I think there is going to be a little precipitation, so we're going to try to do some ball stuff as far as that in practice this past week. Just dip a ball in water and being able to handle wet ball and things like that. Because with the precipitation, depending on how much you get, it would depend on, sometimes the ball gets tackier when there's a little bit of precipitation. So it's not that big a deal. But then if it's really, really a downpour or monsoon and, there's 2 or 3 inches of precipitation, then you're really worried about, the ball slipping, everything, arms getting wet. Just the handle on that will be a little harder. So we're going to try to, emulate it as much as we can. We did try to do that as much as we could this week in practice, and then just try to come out. And some people want to blame things on the rain, but it's one of those deals where you got to both play in the same conditions. So it's how tough are you? Are you tougher than them in whatever conditions that you play in?
What have you seen from Morgantown?
Morgantown's very physical. They're Sean Bowser coach team for sure. Physical, finish blocks, play to the whistle, very disciplined. So they're going to come in and they're going to get their best shot, and they're going to be really physical, and they're going to try to hit us in the mouth and try to grind it out. And then if the weather does permit, they'll also try to pull it out and throw it over top of it.
Who are some of their guys that you've been trying to focus in on to key in on for your team?
Well, Bowers' kid's a quarterback, and his dad used to be the coach there, so it's pretty interesting. We got some history there because we used to play against him a good bit, and now his son is the quarterback, and he's now the current AD. So he kind of is the leader of their offense. And then, defensively, a lot of those guys, they have a really good linebacking core. One guy really doesn't stick out, but they collectively do a really good job as a group.
What's your team need to do to get the win?
Well, we need to not make mistakes. We need to not turn the ball over, not make mistakes, and just execute. And then defensively, we just need to all do our job and make sure that we don't fall asleep on the run game and let somebody get behind us, in the secondary, and just make sure we're filling all of our assignments and paying attention.
What are some of the goals that you still have in place for your team?
Well, I mean, it's win or go home at this point. So I don't want to be taking up equipment on Monday, and I want to spend another week with these guys every week. It's a good group. It's a really good group of kids, talented group. So even playing the schedule that we played this year and dropping a couple games, this is still a really special group that is could be one of the best groups that we've ever had. So we're just going to see how we peak, and hopefully we do that tonight and then continue to do that each week from here on out.
I know the season's not over yet, and hopefully it won't be over anytime soon, but in your mind, how would you defy this team?
Well, I mean, I think they've faced a lot of adversity this year. I don't know that teams in the past have faced as much adversity as they have. And, I hear about coaches talking all the time about injuries. And, we had some injuries last year. We had 4 or 5 guys out there in the state championship game. But, this year at one point we had like 10 guys out. And it was tough. But a lot of guys got reps, and we had a lot of guys step up. And we have depth now because of that. So, some of our twos started 4 or 5 games this year for us. So, that's been really good for us. And then, playing hard games, prepares you for the playoffs and playing tough teams. We're going to be playing the best teams in the state, this week and in the next couple of weeks if we are blessed enough and do what we're supposed to do to continue. So, I think playing those games has prepared us for this point.
All righty, Coach, any final thoughts?
Yeah, we have a pad that we just got built. We have an equipment building, and we've checked out our social media, and we have some things that we need. I want to try to get that equipment building up as soon as I possibly can. So we need some lumber donated. Eventually we need some brick donated, and then some people that want to volunteer their time and get our equipment building up for us, so we don't have to keep using the trailer to store our pad. So if anybody's willing to donate or available for that, we'd appreciate it.
All right, thanks, Coach Sherman. Appreciate it. This has been the Coaches Interviews brought to you by Parsons Ford of Martinsburg. They became number one by making you number one first. We'll be back for more of the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. After this, you're tuned into Martinsburg Bulldog football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
October is Safe Sleep and SIDS Awareness Month. WVU Medicine, Berkeley Medical Center, and Jefferson Medical Center are joining in the effort to promote healthy sleep habits for newborns and raise awareness about sleep-related risks to infants. The Birthing Center Safe to Sleep team at Berkeley Medical Center and Jefferson Medical Center have both earned distinction as Gold Certified Safe Sleep Champions by the National Safe Sleep Hospital Certification Program. If you are a parent of an infant, the first thing you can do to help create a healthy sleep environment is to clear the crib.
Hello?
We're here again 3 times in the past 2 days.
You're where?
Bechtel Jewelers. Look.
Can Mom hear you?
No, she's in a diamond coma. Get her the pendant, or I will.
Hey, that's my credit card.
What? Can't hear you, Dad. You're breaking up.
It's gonna take more than a crying baby to wake her out of this diamond coma. You're gonna need a mega dose of jewelry from Bechtel Jewelers.
You've been in an accident. Why won't the insurance company pay? Because they're trying to save money at your expense. Call Mansion Ferretti for your free consultation. We have the experience to deal with the insurance company and get you the compensation you deserve. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
We welcome you back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show, as it's now time to go in the huddle, brought to you by the Mirius Group of Ameriprise Financial Advisors, John Everson and Phil McCoy. They're located at 1270 Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg. Phone them at 304-263-4343. I'm now joined by Ezra Bajent, the quarterback of the Martinsburg Bulldogs. And Ezra, you guys have been tearing it up all season long offensively. What have you liked so far about your game?
I like how we've been spreading the ball out a lot. I like how I've been like the main role in the offense. I like how the offense is rolling. I like everything.
And a lot of your receivers are coming back fully healthy. How much has that helped you guys the past few weeks?
It's helped us a lot. With receivers getting tired, we can get them out the game easy. With Murph out there, we can bring him in motion and do a lot with him, so it's real good.
How much have you guys been working on his game out at that wide receiver spot?
Yeah, he's been there about 50% sit, or 25% probably chilling on the sideline, and then the other 25 in that quarterback running the ball. So he's getting a lot of work in everywhere.
Started last week's game. You basically started off perfect. What did you like about last week and the win as a whole?
I liked how we didn't play down to the other team. We knew the other team wasn't as good as us, and we didn't play down to them. I think we moved the ball really good on offense, and we just looked good all around, I thought.
What's been your favorite part of this season so far?
I'd say taking on the leadership role, really. Coach Sherman put me in a great position this year to take that leadership role, and I think I did good with it.
Playoffs this week, first round, at home against Morgantown, one of the premier teams in West Virginia. When you look at their program, what are you excited for the most this week?
Just playing great, just playing good, knowing it's a playoff game, feeling the energy and just coming out and playing great.
What have you guys been focusing on this week?
Just making sure everything's good, working on the offense, just making sure there's no mix-ups, making sure everybody knows where they're going, just really clamping down on what we need to do.
What can we expect from you this week and then the rest of the season?
Expect me every play to give it my all, and I'm going to go out there and we're going to try to win this whole thing.
All right, man. Anything else? Any shout-outs or anything?
Shout out to my brother. Reese's Bowl just got invited yesterday.
That's true.
So, yep, that was a big
Tyson on that.
thing.
How excited are you and your family for that, man?
Yeah, we can't wait to go down and watch that game and watch Tyson bowl out at the Reese's Senior Bowl.
All right, man. Thank you. I appreciate it, and good luck against Morgantown.
Thank you.
As I'm now joined in the huddle by Aiden Fleming of the Martinsburg Bulldogs. Aiden, it's been a terrific year for you as a whole, both offensively, especially defensively. Up front, you guys have been nightmares for the teams, it seems like, all season long. What have you enjoyed the most?
I mean, just being out there with the boys and just wrecking havoc. I mean, we're not the biggest, but we're the most physical. We move on the field. We do what we need to do. We do our assignments, so we do that well, and I think we cause havoc every game.
And the defensive line is really deep this year, it seems like, as well. So how competitive and fierce does it get, not only in the game but in practice amongst you guys as well?
It gets crazy sometimes. I mean, you get injured. I mean, that's your spot on the line. You make a little mistake, that's your spot on the line. I mean, we deep. You need a break. We got somebody to come in for you. And, I mean, it's good. It gets us a rotation, so we're always fresh and ready to wreak havoc all the time.
You mentioned you guys might not be the biggest, but you're definitely the toughest and most physical. What do you feel like your strengths are?
Definitely my speed. I'm not the biggest. I'm probably like the smallest on the line, but I use my hands, I move my feet, and I'm pretty fast. So,
what have you guys been working on this week to gear up for the game against Morgantown?
Just trying to play physical. They're a big team, so they're going to try to come down here and punch us in the mouth, so we just got to be physical back with them.
They're a run-heavy team, so what are you looking forward to the most?
Getting a lot of TFLs.
Sounds good. I hope that I'm calling your name a lot for those. And what has been your favorite moment so far this season?
We've had a lot of good memories this season. I say probably just winning the first game. I mean, the first game against Salem was a big crowd. Everybody was here, and I feel like it just started off a good season for us. So,
what are some of the goals that you still have in place for yourself this year?
Just the ultimate goal, just winning the state championship. Get my team there, helping the team in however way I can.
All right, man. Thank you. Appreciate it. This has been In the Huddle, brought to you by the Mirius Group of Ameriprise Financial Advisors. John Everson and Phil McCoy will be back for more of the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. After this, you're tuned in to West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law.
We now have those resolved, and we will be getting it back to you here in about 2 minutes to Colin McLaughlin and Matt Crawford. After this 2-minute break, the guys will be back and the audio issues should be fixed.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case, and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve.
The Skinner Law Firm, SkinnerFirm.com.
With Honda, every summer adventure is the destination. Take your adventures even farther with Honda, America's most fuel-efficient full-line automaker. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 2.9% APR on a 2022 Honda Civic and a 3.9% APR on a 2022 Accord or 2023 HRV.
CMA's Honda of Winchester, 3985 Valley Pike. CMA, moving lives forward.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic Si based on EPA estimate of MY20 full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy 2021 EPA Automotive Trends Report.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
Hi, it's Talk Radio WRNR and TV10 Spencer Dupuis. When I got into a car accident and needed to get another vehicle, I wanted to go somewhere I could trust. So I went to the Heffley Motor Company at 993 Hedgesville Road.
As a first-time car buyer, I really didn't know what to expect. But at Heffley, they treated me like family. Every step in the process was seamless. Not only did they give me a great deal, but they also helped me secure an amazing interest rate. Now I know firsthand why Heffley has such a great reputation in this community. I ride with Heffley Motor Company, so you should too.
Welcome back to Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium with hopefully crisp and clear audio on Talk Radio WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube. Again, we apologize for our technical difficulties, and we hope that it's all fixed now as we get ready for kickoff between your Martinsburg Bulldogs and the Morgantown Mohigans. And let's get right into things. The starting lineups brought to you by Jambo Construction. Wrong side. Brought to you by Jambo Construction and Fencing LLC, a veteran-owned company that specializes in decks, fencing, and hardscaping. For a free estimate, you can call Bo Bartley at 304-268-5452. Let's start with Morgantown. Matt?
Let's do it. The Mohigans coming in the 14 seed in this year's playoffs. Let's start on the offensive side of the football, starting at quarterback number 16, Maddox Bowers. The backfield looks like this: Broderick Washington, Caleb Nutter, Marcus Ulam, and Jacob Keir. Across that offensive line, Seth Burke, Malik Mbeo, Eli Stahara, Braylon Brown, and J.J. White, and tight end number 88, Nick Despersparrow. On the defensive side of the football, that defensive line goes as follows. Defensive end number 52, Eli Stahara. The two defensive tackles are Braylon Brown and Seth Burke, and Malik Mbeo is the other defensive end. The linebacking core, Broderick Washington, Caleb Nutter, Hank Marwin. And the secondary looks like this. The two safeties, Drew Bosek and A.J. Thomas, and the corners, Bobby Powell and Andrew Ferris.
For your Martinsburg Bulldogs offensive starters, at quarterback, you got Ezra Bajan. Running back, Zion Grantham. Your wide receivers are Buzz Dover, Avion Blackwood, Roman Pearson, and Jameer Hunter. And the offensive line is E.J. Hendricks, Brady Breeden, Peyton Kaufman, Rashad Reed, and Wes Hancock. Defensively, up front, you got Aiden Fleming, Rashad Reed, and Xerxes Yancey. Your linebackers are Cam Chalice, Jimmy Harden, Dominic Brinkley, and Braden Herring. Your safeties are Roman Pearson and Jameer Hunter, and your corners are Avion Blackwood and Buzz Dover. Team captains for both sides will meet at the 50-yard line. Team captains tonight for Martinsburg are number 9, Cam Chalice, number 8, Jimmy Harden, number 5, Zion Grantham, and number 13, Ezra Bajan. Martinsburg in the black uniforms on top with the orange numerals and pants. 3 captains for Morgantown, who's in the all-white uniforms with red numerals. Team captains for Morgantown's number 7, Broderick Washington, as well as number 16, Maddox Bowers.
Okay, guys, congratulations on making the first round of the playoffs this season. Looking to use the captains of your team for leadership. If we have questions,
audio black captain toss for you as well. We get ready for opening kickoff. Brought to you by Horse Farm Market, family-owned, family-grown. Happiness grows here. Horse Farm Market, located at 680 War Drive in Martinsburg. It is round 1 of the WVHS AC Class AAA playoffs. Number 3, Bulldogs against number 14,
Morgantown won the toss, saved the first in the second half, so it's going to be Martinsburg's offense that is going to try to set the tempo early.
We know previous games how good that offense can be. We get ready for opening kickoff on the Brockman for Talk Radio WRNR, WRNR TV on YouTube. Alongside me today, for the first time in 2 years, is Matt Crawford.
Year and a half. We called some baseball a year and a half ago.
That's true.
2 football seasons.
Appreciate Matt coming back and being on the call.
Absolutely. Wouldn't miss it.
Spencer Dupuis down on the sideline, our sideline reporter, as well as our sideline camera. Our main camera is Braden Schaffner.
And our executive producers tonight are Donna Schaffner and Miranda Costello. Back at the studio, it's Nick Verzolini. Back to return for Martinsburg will be Jameer Hunter and Avion Blackwood as we wait for both teams to head out onto the field from each of their respective sidelines.
Jameer Hunter, 2 kick returns that he has taken back to the house this year. So if you're Morgantown, I'm guessing you're going to do everything you can to keep it out of his hands.
For those that remember, it was both in one game against Jefferson on back-to-back kickoffs as well, with a safety in between.
Yeah,
so
one of the most talented athletes
swing
in the Panhandle for sure.
Yes, he is.
Kicking off for Morgantown, number 80, Landon Bradley.
So we get ready for kickoff from Morgantown. Back to kickoffs, Landon Bradbury. Bradbury set and ready to go for the Mohigans. It's kicking onside kick to the far side. Martinsburg's drilled, ball on the ground. Morgantown, it looks like they might have the ball.
I think they had it.
And they do. An onside kick to start off by the Mohigans to give them the ball to start off, as it was Mason Wally on the recovery.
It looked like that front line for Martinsburg, nobody wanted to jump on the football. A high bounce immediately off the onside kick, and nobody wanted to jump on it. It looked like they were waiting for it to get to them, and Morgantown knew what was coming, obviously. That's a play called, I'm sure, earlier in the week. They knew what they were going to do on that opening kickoff if they won that opening coin flip, and they were ready to go. I think there was a discussion now making sure that it hit a Martinsburg player. It definitely didn't go 10 yards before Morgantown touched it, and they will say that it did hit a Bulldog front man inside that 10 yards before the Mohigans grabbed it.
So it's 1st and 10, Morgantown, ball on Martinsburg's 40-yard line as the Mohigans break the huddle. It's Maddox Bowers under center of Eli Stahara. Sends a man in motion from left to right. It's a jet sweep to the near side in for Marcus Ulam, and Ulam's going to be tackled after a 2-yard gain.
Penalty flag at the 40-yard line. Looks in the area of a hold. And the way it's looking, it looks like a hold that was away from the football.
And after the first play from scrimmage for Morgantown, instead of a 2-yard gain, it's going to back them up. And after a tough start for Martinsburg, you got some positives early.
Not the ratio of plays to penalties you want if you're the Mohigans. 1 offensive play run, 1 penalty. Good play call to start. It was a good job by that outside back, number 26, looking at Caleb Nutter. He really sealed that edge well, but one of the backside linemen getting called for that hold.
2nd down, ball at the 50-yard line, so 2nd and 20. Morgantown still in the huddle with 17 seconds to go on the play clock. They finally break. Muddle huddle, 1 receiver to the far side for Bowers under center. Bowers sends a man in motion. Runs into the guy that was in motion, and he hands it off to his running back, A.J. Thomas. And Thomas is swallowed up by Rashad Reed, Hayden Fleming, and a few other Bulldogs for a loss of 2.
Yeah, Thomas and Nutter, neither one of them looked like they knew who was supposed to get the football right there. Lucky for Morgantown, they didn't cough that one up. I'm sure Martinsburg will love that already in Mohegan territory. But a good job by that front line of Martinsburg to keep their eye on the football. And right now, Morgantown, after getting the onside kick to start things off, moving in the wrong direction.
Yep, 3rd down and 22. Bowers in shotgun formation. Gets the snap, rolls out to his right, looking downfield, and it's caught at the 40-yard line. But it's well short of a 1st down as Jacob Keir makes the catch on the far side. They'll say he went out of bounds at the 41, so it's a 4th and 9.
12-yard game, just got back to the original line of scrimmage. That tells you how this offensive drive is going for Morgantown.
But Morgantown's offense is going to stay out there and looks like they'll go for it with 10.5 to go in this scoreless first quarter. Martinsburg trying to bring some substitutions in.
Yeah, it looks like they're taking a lineman out and bringing in a linebacker.
Yep, it was Fleming exiting, Brinkley entering. Bowers in shotgun formation. 2 receivers to the near side. He rolls out to the near side, chucks it deep down the near sideline for Kier, and over his head, out of bounds and incomplete. Turnover on downs. Martinsburg should get the ball. And now it's actually 4th down. I was down ahead of myself because of the penalty.
Yeah, off from the penalty, and right now
Morgan played the down.
Morgantown not playing the type of football game they want to play. They really want to stick it with those sweeps and gut it up the middle, and they're having to throw the football because of that down and distance early on in this game. But right now, they're keeping the quarterback Bowers on the run. He hasn't really set his feet in that pocket. Everything has been on the run to one side or the other.
So now it's 4th down and 9 for Morgantown, and Bowers will go underneath his center, Stahara. Sends a man in motion. It's a jet sweep to the near side for A.J. Thomas, and he's going to be nowhere close of the yards to gain at the 30-yard line. So this time it's a turnover on downs. Martinsburg gets the ball.
And I know if you're Thomas, you think you have the speed to turn that corner. You don't have Martinsburg speed to beat them to the outside. It was a great job by Nutter really sealing that edge. I think if he cuts back, it does Brown. I think he's got a better chance to get at least some more yards. Not sure he's going to have enough to get to the sticks, but I think if he cuts that back inside, his blocking back, I think he's got a better shot there. But turnover on downs. Let's see what the Martinsburg offense can do.
9:59 to go in the first quarter. Martinsburg with the ball. Bagent dropping back, looking to pass, steps up. Floater caught underneath by Roman Pearson. Pearson on the far side, out across the 50, has a blocker in front of him down the sideline and pushed out of bounds at the 30-yard line. First down, Bulldogs in Morgantown territory.
And you love to see the blocking upfield by Zion Grantham. He really looked like he had a rocket behind him, moving upfield to help his fellow receiver get a few more yards.
Martinsburg gets the play call in. It's 2 receivers to the nearest side, 1 to the far side for Bagent. Grantham to his right. 1st and 10. Handoff. Grantham goes up the middle. Flag thrown as he's tackled for a 9-yard gain, but it looks like that play will be negated.
1 penalty for each team now.
Now it looks like, just like Morgantown's, it's going to be a holding against the Bulldogs. 9:41 to go. Scoreless in the first quarter. We're being confirmed that it is a holding against Wes Hancock for the Bulldogs, so that'll back up Martinsburg's offense to the 37-yard line. It's still 1st down and 16. 2 trips to the near side, 1 receiver to the far side for Bagent. Bagent looks to the near side to get the play call from Coach Sherman. Screen pass caught by Clement. Clement tries to break through a tackle, but his knee touches down before he's able to do so.
And a great job by the secondary of Morgantown. They knew what was coming immediately off the snap.
And to make the tackle for Morgantown was Tacoma Neal. That'll bring up a 2nd down, no yards gained. So it's 2nd and 15 with 9 minutes to go in the first. 3 receivers again to the near side, 1 to the far for Bagent. Bagent, high snap, able to recover. Hands it off to Grantham on the inside zone, and Grantham's going to gain about 7 yards up the middle. Make it 3rd down and 10. Make it 3rd and 11, so a 4-yard gain.
And I like what Martinsburg's doing right now offensively. A lot of that, or what looks like it may be a little zone read, but giving the ball right up the middle. I think when Morgantown is inevitably going to bite on that, I think it's going to set up the play-action game really well going forward.
Bagent drops back to pass, looking towards the middle of the field, steps up in the pocket, rolls out to his left, chucks it deep towards the end zone. Caught! Touchdown, Bulldogs! 8:24 to go in the first. It's now Martinsburg 6. Morgantown nothing, and it's Zion Grantham, the running back, with the touchdown reception.
And it was really pick your poison there for Bagent. He had 2 guys that had beat their defender, standing about 5 yards in the end zone, and a very good first drive for the Bulldogs.
So Williger on to attempt the extra point as Martinsburg's in the Shih Tzu formation. 3 guys on the line, 3 guys to the left on the numbers, and 3 guys to the right at the numbers. Pearson goes down to hold. And we had to wait for the whistle. Now they're good to go. So Pearson stands back up and will bring the formation back in for the more traditional extra point for Terwilliger. Terwilliger retakes his steps. Pearson has the hold down. The kick is up. And it is good. 8:24 to go in the first. It's now Martinsburg 7, Morgantown nothing. We'll take a 60-second break. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Jambo Construction and Fencing Company, LLC, is a veteran-owned and operated company right here in the Eastern Panhandle of West Virginia that specializes in decks, fencing, and hardscaping. Find us on Facebook at Jambo Construction and Fencing to see more of the projects we've completed. For a free estimate, you can call Bo Bartley at 304-268-5452 or Jamie Gall at 304-279-5053. We are licensed and insured in the state of West Virginia, and as Martinsburg alums, we say, Go Bulldogs.
My kids, you know I want the best for you, don't you? We need to have a conversation.
End-of-life planning is no one's favorite discussion, but the relief of having everything in place when the hour of need arrives is a gift. Give it to your family. Plan ahead with us.
Brown Funeral Homes, a leading provider of cremations, invites you to explore the many flexible options of cremation. From environmental considerations to the benefit of greatly reduced cost, it may be the perfect answer for your family. Online at brownfuneralhomeswv.com. Brown Funeral Homes, here for you.
Leads Morgantown 7-0. Brett Terwilliger on to kick off for the Bulldogs. It's a high end-over-end kick, deep. Will be caught at the 1-yard line by Morgantown. Going up is Powell. Powell has space on the far side. The only man that's going to challenge him is Terwilliger. He's at the 40. Cuts back up the middle, and tripping him up is Terwilliger to save a kickoff return touchdown, but it's still a huge return for Morgantown. Almost inside the red zone to start things off. They're going to say he was tackled at the 22-yard line of the Bulldogs.
Hey, three phases of the game, right? Offensive, defensive, special teams. And Terwilliger doing a good job right there, just at least getting a hand on him and making that return man, having to go back and forth and slowing him down and letting some Bulldogs come catch him from behind. A good job by Terwilliger. Still in great field position for the Mohigans, but they didn't get in the end zone.
Return. Bowers in shotgun formation. Two receivers to the near side. Sends a man in motion from right to left. And we have a whistle blown, and it looks like it's an encroachment penalty against Martinsburg. 7-0's your score. 8:10 to go in the first quarter. And now it will be a 1st down and 5. Ball on the 17-yard line. So Morgantown, without even having a play in this second drive of the game for the Mohigans, are inside the red zone.
Martinsburg penalized now 79 times on the season, 77 in the regular season. So penalties definitely something you got to watch out for, especially now you're in the playoffs.
Play clock resets to 40 as Morgantown breaks the huddle in power I formation. Bowers under center, hands it off to the running back. Brown tries to push his way forward, but his feet get wrapped up as he's stood up for a about half-yard gain at best to bring up 2nd down. That was Washington in on the carry.
We talked about it in the pregame show, and Martinsburg just isn't going to give up a whole lot of rushing yards, especially right up the middle. I think if you're Morgantown, the only way you're going to stay in this ball game is if you're trying to get those sweeps to the outside. We saw him work a little bit on that first drive, but right up the middle isn't going to get you a whole lot against this Bulldog defense.
10 seconds to go on the play clock. Morgantown breaks the huddle. Bowers sends a man in motion. It's a jet sweep for Ulam to the far side. Ulam lowers his shoulder, still powering through across the 5 and into the 4. So it's a 1st and goal for the Mohigans. The 185-pound junior Marcus Ulam able to make it 1st and goal. Morgantown goes no huddle. 2 receivers to the near side. They go jet sweep again, and Ulam this time gets tripped up for a loss of 2. Just lost his footing in the turf. Bring up 2nd and goal.
You know, he's wishing it was still raining out so we could blame that on the rain. Turf looks pretty dry right now. It hasn't rained in about 2 hours. Just lost his footing trying to work back upfield.
Martinsburg in the lead, 7-0 in the first quarter. Morgantown knocking on the door. 25 seconds to go on the play clock as the Mohigans still huddled up as they now break the huddle. It's Maddox Bowers in shotgun formation. 2 receivers to the far side. Lined up to his right is Nutter. Firing it toward the end zone. Touchdown, Morgantown. Maddox Bowers throws it to Jacob Keir for the 6-yard touchdown, and with 6:26 to go, it's now Martinsburg 7, Morgantown 6.
That's now the 2nd time tonight that we've seen Morgantown connect on that comeback route to the outside. It's been the same play twice, and both times it's been for a good connection. That one leading to 6 for the Mohigans, and you see the really strong arm by Bowers right there. He really put a lot into that throw.
The extra point is up and good for Morgantown by Aiden Steyer to tie things up at 7. Let's take a 60-second break. You're tuned in to Martinsburg Bulldog football on Talk Radio WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube.
Happiness grows here. Orr's Farm Market.
Visit us at Orr's Farm Market, just 5 miles west of Martinsburg, to pick up all your local fresh fruits and vegetables. With our in-house bakery, fresh fruit slushies, and apple cider donuts, you can't go wrong. Live bluegrass every Saturday from 12 to 5 p.m. And check out all that's local and delicious at Orr's by going to orrsfarmmarket.com or visit our Facebook page.
Happiness grows here. Orr's Farm Market.
Hello, this is Mark Sutton of the Sutton & Janelle Law Firm. The right attorney can make all the difference in your case. That's why you should call Sutton & Janelle. We have been serving clients in West Virginia and Maryland since 1999 in the areas of family law, DUI, criminal defense, and personal injury. Sutton & Janelle works hard to obtain a favorable outcome for you at a reasonable rate with affordable payment options. Sutton & Janelle values your rights and is passionate about your success. Contact us today at suttonandjanelle.com.
David M. Walker Stadium in Martinsburg, West Virginia. 6:26 to go in the first quarter. We're tied up at 7 apiece. And an onside kick falling on top of it after bobbling the ball is Martinsburg. Falling right on top of it, I believe, it's number 54 for the Bulldogs, Peyton Kaufman, unless that's a 55. Nope, that is Xerxes. His 6 was crumbled up. I thought it was a 4, but it was Xerxes Yancey to make it 1st and 10.
If you're Morgantown, worked once. Might as well try it again.
Bulldogs with great field position to start things off this drive. 1st and 10, ball on Martinsburg's 47-yard line for Bajent. He sends Clement in motion, play action pass, quick slant, caught in the middle of the field at the 45-yard line, and it looks like he dropped it at the last second. And are they going to rule it a catch, or are they going to say it was incomplete as Jameer Hunter was the intended receiver?
Looks like it's coming back, huh?
And it's coming back to bring up a 2nd and 10. It looked like he had it in the breadbasket, but when he went to the ground, just lost it. Martinsburg fans that are in attendance not happy, as it's 2nd and 10 for the Bulldogs. Bajent in shotgun formation. 2 receivers to each side. It's a handoff to Grantham. Grantham trying to find a hole, and he's going nowhere. Only gained a yard and bring up 3rd and 9 at the 48. 5:50 to go in the first quarter. And it's a 3rd and 9 for Martinsburg. 2 receivers to the far sides, Hunter and Clement. To the near are Dover and Pearson. Bajent in shotgun formation.
For Morgantown right now.
Grantham lined up to the left side of Ezra Bajent. Bajent gets a snap from Kaufman, drops back to pass, chucks it deep in the middle of the field over the head of both Clement and Hunter, and incomplete. Both of them had the step on the corners, but it was just too much on it to bring up 4th down.
Marlin really caused that to be a quick throw for Bajent. That outside linebacker blitz came in and just blew up that blocking back on the left side, caused Bajent to throw it just a little quicker and a little more off balance than he wanted.
And Hank Marlin, the 5'11" senior from Morgantown. It's now 4th and 9, and Martinsburg, with score tied up at 7 in the first, are going for it at the 48-yard line for the Bulldogs. Bajent looks to the near side, 8 seconds to go on the play clock. Now it looks like they might just use a timeout. Britt Sherman does. Let's keep it here and get you your first quarter sponsors, as we're brought to you by Hagerstown Ford, revolutionizing the car buying experience. Go to HagerstownFord.com, as well as Smallwood and Small Insurance in Martinsburg, your total insurance solution at 121 Administrative Drive in Martinsburg. Phone them at 304-263-3361. 5 minutes, 24 seconds to go in the first quarter of round 1. The West Virginia High School Class AAA playoffs between the 3-seeded Martinsburg Bulldogs and the 14th-seeded Morgantown Mohigans, as we're tied up at 7-all.
And you wonder what Coach Sherman's going to do here. When you look at Morgantown, they haven't had to go the length of the field yet with the onside kick. And then you look at the great kick return they had. So special teams really giving them good field position so far in this one. So you'd like, if you're Martinsburg, I think you kick this one away and see what Morgantown can do when they have to go to the length of the field.
Yep, the offense, it looks like, is staying out there for Martinsburg, but we have seen Ezra Bajent punt out of the shotgun formation a few times.
4 times this year so far.
2 receivers to each side. Bajent dropping back the pass, stepping up, and he's going to keep it himself. Breaks through a tackle, cuts to the near side, and he's tripped up 3 yards shy of the first down marker, and it's a turnover on downs. Morgantown gets the ball back with 5:16 to go in the first. 1st and 10 Mohigans at Morgantown's 46-yard line.
Yeah, so not in Martinsburg territory, but still a relatively short field.
Bowers looking over to the far side to get the play call before he enters the Mohigans huddle. The play clock down to 20 seconds. Morgantown will now break the huddle. Is Bowers underneath his center. Eli Stahara, 2 receivers to the far side, a wing back to his right, sending a man in motion. It's another jet sweep to Marcus Ulam to the far side. And tripping him up is E.J. Hendricks at the line of scrimmage on that far side to bring up a 2nd and 10. Now it looks like Ulam might have had his ankle twisted as he immediately sprinted off to that far sideline and dropped as soon as he hit that white line.
And there's the pursuit drill you practice in practice almost every day, just staying parallel with that line of scrimmage if you're a defensive lineman and forcing that running back to try to bounce it out, and a nice athletic play by the Martinsburg defense.
2nd down and 10 for Morgantown as Ulam, you can see on the far side, just got up and trying to walk it off, but it's Bowers in shotgun formation. He has 2 receivers to the near side, sending Thomas in motion from right to left, but before the ball snapped to Bowers, a flag is thrown from the far official in the backfield, and it looks like might be an illegal procedure. And it's a snap infraction against Morgantown to make it a 2nd down and 15.
Not the cleanest played first quarter by either team. A pair of penalties now for Morgantown and Martinsburg.
That'll back up the ball at the 41-yard line for Morgantown. They huddle up at the 36-yard line. 4:31 to go in the first quarter. We're tied up at 7 between Martinsburg and Morgantown. Bowers fakes the jet sweep, hands it off to his running back, Washington, and Washington tries to go up the middle and will pick up 4 yards, almost 5, back to the original line of scrimmage by about half a yard short, so it's 3rd down and 10.5, 11 yards.
A little crisscross counter action there for Morgantown, trying to spice things up running the football. But the backside for Martinsburg doing a good job of keeping outside containment. A game, but a short one. 3rd and long coming up for the Mohigans.
We've seen them have it already tonight. The junior, Maddox Bowers, breaks the huddle alongside the Morgantown Mohigans. It's Bowers under center. He has 1 receiver to the near side. Sends another man in motion. Dropping back the pass. It's a halfback screen that's low but caught on the near side. Jimmy Harden wrapping up the wing back, Caleb Nutter, that made the catch, and he's about 3 yards shy of the first down out across the 50 at the 47-yard line of Martinsburg, but a flag thrown at the 40-yard line on the Bulldogs side.
Yes, flag coming in from the secondary, and Martinsburg clapping. Looks like it's going to go on the Mohigans. Not sure if it's going to be a hold, a block in the back. Block in the back.
It's an illegal block in the back. That looks like Martinsburg's going to accept the penalty to push back Morgantown so that they don't have a short 4th down that they could potentially go for. Instead, I believe it will remain 3rd down. It's back to a 3rd and 14. Excuse me, a 3rd and 15 for Morgantown. Bowers will slowly make his way back into the Mohigans huddle after getting the play call. It's already 15 seconds on the play clock, so Morgantown will have to hurry up.
I don't think they're in any hurry. I think they like taking time off the play clock. Again, they like playing in close games. They have for over half the season this year.
Bowers sends Thomas in motion to the far side, looking downfield for Thomas, and he sails it over his head, almost intercepted by Martinsburg, in and out of the hands of Herring, and incomplete
and
to bring up fourth down.
Thomas in double coverage right there. He wasn't even looking for that football. After that football was thrown, you could see him look over his left shoulder and realize, oh, wow, that football's coming towards me. But he was with two guys right in his face. I don't think he was expecting that ball to come his direction.
My apologies. That's Jameer Hunter that almost had the interception as he stays out. Back to return as the punt unit comes out for Morgantown. On to punt is Steyer. He's lined up at the 30-yard line for Morgantown. High snap, Steyer goes to his right side, and his punt bounces on the far side numbers at the 40-yard line, takes a Morgantown roll, and will go out of bounds at Martinsburg's 31-yard line. 2:57 to go in the first. Martinsburg gets the ball back. We're tied up at 7 apiece. Last time out, it was a turnover on downs for the Bulldogs offense, but the defense stepped up yet again. It's Bajent in at quarterback. We'll have two receivers to the far side in Hunter and Clement, two to the near side in Dover and Roman Pearson. It's Zion Grantham in at running back to the right side of Bajent in shotgun formation. Bajent drops back the pass, looks to the near side. It's a screen pass caught by Dover. Dover runs forward out across the 40-yard line on the near side, and we'll have a 11-yard gain for the first down for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, Dover using his blockers well right there. The first time Martinsburg tried that screen pass to the near side, Morgantown was able to sniff it out immediately. That time, blockers well in front. Dozer doing a very good job of following those blockers, and it leads to a fresh set of downs.
12-yard gain makes it 1st and 10 at the 43-yard line for Martinsburg. Bajent hands it off. Grantham follows his blockers, cuts to the near sideline, out across the 50 before being tripped up at the 48-yard line, and we'll see if they give him the first down.
Late flag coming in. Looks like it's in the area of a hold. Martinsburg offensive line with the hands on their hips, and that one well behind the play, and doesn't look like there's a reason to hold right there. Play's almost over, and no real reason for that one. As penalties becoming an issue early for the Bulldogs. That's now 3 in the opening quarter.
Yep, it was Marlin as well as Neal in to make the stop for Morgantown, but it didn't matter because Martinsburg's now backed up to its 39-yard line to make it a first down and long with 2:30 to go in this first quarter. Bajent in shotgun formation has 3 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Grantham to his left. Bajent tries to make a man jump off sides, now gets the snap, throws it underneath on a little flat route to Grantham on that far side. Grantham makes the catch, scampers forward before being tackled back to the original line of scrimmage to bring up a 2nd and 10 at the 43-yard line.
Yeah, quick little swing pass, just as good as a run, basically. Just gets Grantham getting the football already with a head of steam, able to work upfield, back to the original line of scrimmage. See what the Dogs can do here on 2nd and 10.
Low snap, screen pass, caught by Clement to the near side. Clement, beautiful block from Pearson, but it's a flag thrown as Clement on the near sideline tiptoes his way down before being swung out of bounds just shy of the 10. But I think they're going to call a block in the back against Pearson, who at first it looked like a clean block, but if it was on the numbers, it's a penalty again for Martinsburg.
I think they're going to get him with a hold. I think he got just enough of that jersey as the defender went around him. I think it's very, very well could have been a penalty that wasn't called, but in the open field like that, it almost is begging the referees to call that penalty, and it is a hold on Pearson.
It's the 4th penalty tonight now for Martinsburg. We're still in the first quarter with 1:43 to go. It is Martinsburg 7, Morgantown 7. And it's a 2nd down still in this very long drive already for the Bulldogs. We'll have the ball at the 36-yard line, and they need to get to the 47-yard line of Morgantown. 2 receivers to each side. Bajent gets the play call from the near side. He has Grantham in his sidecar to the left. Bajent sets, snap back from Kaufman. Bajent drops back the pass, steps up in the pocket, and he's going to decide to just scramble forward. Dives forward as well, and people are calling for a late hit, won't get it as he's tackled at the 45-yard line, so a 10-yard gain to bring up 3rd down and 8.
And Colin, I don't know if you've noticed how much pressure Morgantown is rushing just 4, and when they dial up the blitz with an outside linebacker coming in with a 5th, they're really putting Bajan under a lot of pressure right now.
Yeah, we have not seen him have to scamper like that, but he's already done it about 2, almost 3 times, I believe, tonight.
Yeah, and he's doing a good job of making something out of nothing. But you can tell just not real comfortable, not able to really set his feet and go through his progressions.
Bajan shotgun formation, dropping back, looking to pass, and a flag thrown before the play starts, and it's a false start against Martinsburg.
And you know why? Blitz coming. Martinsburg's offensive line could see those 2 linebackers. They were going to bring 6 that time, were the Mohigans, and just Martinsburg knowing that they've been kind of beat up front so far. Obviously, the deep touchdown pass is one thing, but overall, all the big gains have been to the outside, nothing really up the middle, because Morgantown's doing a good job adding pressure.
Ball at the 40-yard line now for Martinsburg, as it's the 5th penalty on the Bulldogs in this first quarter, the 3rd one in this drive alone. 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side for Bajan. Gets the snap from Kaufman, dropping back the pass, and it's intercepted on the near side, but they say the ball actually touched the ground first, as Bobby Powell, it looked like, had the INT, but it falls incomplete to bring up 4th down.
Yeah, Bajan lucky that throw was low and really just eyeballed his receiver the entire way, and Powell able to sit back and almost undercut that route with a throw just a little low, and it'll bring up a 4th down and long.
And Martinsburg looks like I'll go for it again. 3 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. 43 seconds to go in this first quarter. 10 seconds left on the play clock. Bajan drops backwards, and now we'll just punt it deep. Takes a Martinsburg roll to the near sideline. It'll be downed by Grantham at the 22-yard line of Morgantown. And that's where their Mohigans will start with 37 seconds to go in this tied ball game at 7 apiece in the first. Been a slow start for the Bulldogs offense and a very long penalty-filled first quarter.
Yeah, that is for sure a defensive battle and a penalty battle right now, as you mentioned it earlier.
And 5 penalties so far on Martinsburg, and I believe 3 against Morgantown. 1st and 10, ball at the 22. Bowers in shotgun formation. He has Nutter to his right, 2 receivers to the far side. Sends his wing back in motion. It's Bobby Powell, and he hands it off to Powell. From left to right goes Powell. And he's going to be tripped up out across the 25-yard line at the 26-yard line to bring up 2nd and 6.
And with the pace that Morgantown is trying to play offensively, and you can see Bowers pointing to the scoreboard, I don't think they're going to snap it again.
I don't either, Matt, as I don't even think will huddle up as the clock at 7 seconds to go. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that is the end of the first quarter at Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium. It is Morgantown 7, Martinsburg 7. We're back in 60 seconds on Talk Radio WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube.
Looking for some nightlife? Then look no further. Laddie's Bar and Grill has a full bar and kitchen, pool table, and entertainment with great food at affordable prices. You can dine in or carry out by calling us at 304-263-5233. Laddie's is open Monday through Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 3 a.m. and Sundays from 10 a.m. to 3 a.m. We serve breakfast all day long, and our lunch and dinner specials are posted every day on our Facebook page. So stop on in to Laddie's Bar and Grill, located at 107 Lutz Avenue in Martinsburg.
What came first, the chicken or the egg? No matter what you think, you can have it either way. Rock's new bagel croissant and chicken waffle breakfast sandwiches are made fresh every morning. Rock's Local Market.
Rise and shine. You're gonna be late for work. Good morning, sleepyhead. Have a good one.
Rock's new bagel croissant and chicken waffle breakfast sandwiches are made fresh every morning. Rock's Local Market.
We welcome you back to Martinsburg High School as we head into the second quarter of round 1 of the Class AAA West Virginia High School football playoffs between the 3rd-seeded Martinsburg Bulldogs and the 14th-seeded Morgantown Mohigans. We're tied up at 7 apiece. It is 2nd down and 7. Ball at the 25-yard line for Morgantown. To break the huddle. It's Maddox Bowers in at quarterback. It's in shotgun formation with 2 receivers to the far side. Sends a man in motion. fakes the jet sweep, instead hands it off to his tailback, going up the middle. Will be tackled. Trying to see which guy that was. I believe that was Caleb Nutter. As Fleming in to make the stop, and it's a 3rd down and 4.
And a good job on the backside or near side defense for Martinsburg. They watched those pulling guards. The initial running back looked like he was going to get the ball going towards that Morgantown sideline. Defensive end and defensive tackle on this side for the Dogs. Just watching those pulling guards from the left side come through. They knew, hey, this is where the football's coming. Those guards aren't pulling, and that guard and tackle aren't pulling if that ball's not coming here.
Looks like Morgantown's going to decide to take a timeout, so let's quickly keep it here and get you our second quarter sponsors, as we're brought to you by Parsons Ford at 1400 Shepherdstown Road and online at parsonsford.com. They became number 1 by making you number 1 first. Parsons, as well as the Skinner Law Firm, injury and consumer rights lawyers. Phone 304-245-6613 or go to skinnerfirm.com.
Mentioned a couple times throughout the broadcast the close football games within 2 scores that Morgantown has been in this year. Week 2 against Bridgeport, it was a 10-6 win for the Mohigans. Then you go a couple weeks ahead, a game against Musselman, where Musselman got the better of them 36-33. A couple more weeks down the road, Fairmont Senior, a 14-0 win for the Mohigans. The very next week, it was Parkersburg South, a loss 44-41. And then just a few weeks ago, University, 21-20 win, and then a 31-20 loss to Lindsley last week. So this Morgantown team is no stranger to being in tight games and has been 500 in them so far this year.
And on the other side, Martinsburg's not. They've only been in one close game, and that was that 36-35 loss to Riverside at home. Timeout concludes. Morgantown will break the huddle. It is 3rd down and 4 at the 34-yard line. Bowers under center, power I formation. Hand off to the final guy in that row of 4. And immediately making the stop was Fleming. No yards gained. That'll bring up 4th down as he was able to wrap up Marcus Yolam. And it looks like Morgantown will decide to punt the ball. As the punter, Aiden Steyer, the sophomore, will make his way out and line himself up at the 15-yard line of the Mohigans. Back to return. It's a dangerous one. It's Jameer Hunter, who you already mentioned 2 kickoff returns.
4 punt return touchdowns in just 9 returns.
Steyer's punt to the far side. Beautifully placed in no man's land, but Hunter wanted to scoop it up, and he's pushed back. Dog pile. Let's see who came out with the ball. And Hunter was somehow able to scoop it up.
I'm not sure he didn't pin that one between his legs the way his body fell on that football.
And we have a flag thrown, it looks like, at the 47-yard line on the far side. Not sure what it was. As the ball was just rolling at the 35, Hunter at first looked like he was just going to back away from it. Next thing we knew, he wanted to try to return it. And, of course, it's another holding against Martinsburg.
About a half dozen now, 6 in the first half, as we're just a minute and a half into quarter number 2.
It's still Martinsburg 7, Morgantown 7. And with that holding penalty, Martinsburg will start off the drive at the 25-yard line for the Bulldogs. And it looks like Martinsburg has made a switch as well at quarterback, as it's Murphy Clement in shotgun formation with Harrison to his left. 3 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far. Clement going to keep it himself, run up the middle. Jukes past 1 tackler into the linebackers out across the 30 before being tackled at the 31-yard line.
And we talked about Bajent just being uncomfortable in the pocket, so you bring in a more mobile quarterback, or a quarterback that may be able to just run a little quicker and see those lanes a little bit quicker in Clement.
DeProspero in with the tackle. Brings up 2nd and 5 at the 31 for Martinsburg. 3 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side for Clement with Harrison to his right side. Clement gets the snap, and the ball on the handoff is bobbled and lost by Harrison and recovered by Morgantown. Hank Marlin in with the recovery, and the Mohigans have the ball in great field position.
And that's the risk you take. Again, you bring in a new quarterback, somebody who's not taking the majority of the snaps, and that handoff is going to be just a little bit different with those running backs and not a clear handoff. The ball hits the turf, and a Morgantown defensive lineman right there to pick that up. And, again, great field position for the Mohigans. They have really benefited off of special teams plays and turnovers now to get good field position for their offense and see what they can do with it here or see if the Bulldogs defense can be stout once more.
1st and 10, ball at the 30-yard line of Martinsburg for Morgantown. Bowers gets the snap, drops back to pass, rolls out to his left, chucks it deep, and too far out of the hands of his intended receiver to bring up 2nd and 10. And that pass intended for Washington at the 10-yard line, but it was too far over his back shoulder.
And I just can't figure out what exactly Morgantown is trying to do offensively yet. They've had a couple of good completions with those comeback routes, and then they've done relatively well with those sweeps. But when they gain 3-4 yards or a first down with those comeback routes and the touchdown, they just don't seem to stick with it. They can't really find their identity yet.
It is 7-all between Martinsburg and Morgantown in this second quarter of round 1 of the Class AAA West Virginia High School football playoffs. As a few games going on around the state as well, and a few more tomorrow and one yesterday as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, how about the one last night right here in the Panhandle down at Waldeck Field at Denny Price Stadium? It was the 8-9 matchup, Musselman at home, getting a 28-23 win over Wheeling Park, and really what was a momentum-shifting kind of game. It seemed like one team would get hot, and then immediately it'd be a couple scores for the other, and Musselman able to do what they had to do to advance to next week, and they will get the winner of the 16-1 matchup, which it would take an extreme upset, but could be Hedgesville. It's Hedgesville against Parkersburg South in that one matchup, so all signs pointing to Parkersburg South, but hey, it's the playoffs, you never know.
We have seen 16 seeds beat the 1 seed a few times in the state, but only one time in AAA. And that was actually against Morgantown back in '97, and it was Ripley doing so. 2nd down and 10 at the 30-yard line as the timeout concludes. Morgantown with the ball. Bauer sends a man in motion, hands it off to his running back, and going up the middle is Nutter. And Nutter will pick up 8 yards to bring up a 3rd and 2 at the 22-yard line.
And talking about Musselman, it looked like a Musselman run, didn't it? Just almost a fullback dive right up the middle. Good run for Nutter. Good job by that interior offensive line, creating a good gap.
They back the ball up about a yard, saying that Nutter's knee actually touched at the 23-yard line. So instead of a 3rd and 2, it's a 3rd and 3 for the Mohigans. We'll have broke the huddle. It's 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Bowers under center, hands it off to Nutter. Nutter has space up the middle, 1st down and then some as he's tackled at the 15-yard line to bring up a 1st and 10 for the Mohigans.
Back-to-back, just fullback dives, and it's working really well. The chains move.
Morgantown going to go hurry-up offense. Another fullback dive up the middle, but a whistle will be blown, as I think the reason why they stopped the play was because the chains weren't officially set yet. And Martinsburg fans not happy with it, but it looked like it was a pretty solid play for Nutter, so you might actually want to be happy with the fact that he didn't gain 4 or 5 yards on that one. 1st and 10 as the chains are ready to go. Ball at the 16-yard line.
And you know Morgantown's taking a big sigh right there going, man, we were rolling. We got some momentum going. Now they're going to get back in the huddle and set up a new play.
Bowers steps back into the huddle. Already has 18 seconds to go on the play clock, so plenty of time as they break the huddle. 2 receivers the far side, a tight end on the right side of the line. Bowers in shotgun formation. It's a jet sweep that's blown up by Xerxes Yancey as he wraps up Bobby Powell and spins him around for the loss. That's what you like to see from the defensive line. It's now 2nd down and long with 8:10 to go in this second quarter.
And I think Martinsburg was a little frustrated after back-to-back plays going right at them, pinning their ears back and coming after the Mohigans on that play.
A 5-yard loss will make it 2nd down and 15 for Morgantown, who continue to wind the clock down as much as possible and have clearly dominated the time of possession so far. And that's what you expected from them.
Yeah, regardless of how this first half ends, they have played the type of football they want to play.
Bowers trying to send a man in motion, but he doesn't do so. He had to move his leg 3 times before getting the snap, handing it off to Nutter, and Nutter powers his way forward back to the original line of scrimmage at the 16-yard line to bring up a 3rd down and 10.
Yeah, miscommunication with that motion, man, almost causing a fumble on that handoff.
Yeah, Powell was just not paying attention. You could see Bowers call for it, wait, do it again, wait some more.
Yeah, and Nutter had a stutter step before he was able to get that football.
I was surprised there was no false start. But it's 3rd and 10, 7:05 to go in the second as Morgantown breaks the huddle. And now Bowers makes sure Powell knows, but instead he sends a different man in motion, drops back the pass, and it's intercepted by Dover. Dover trying to find space, has some blockers, cutting to the near side, this time now going up the middle, out across the 15-yard line and tackled at the 16. A huge play by Dover to get the ball back for the Bulldogs and keep it a 7-7 ball game.
Great job on the backside defensive end from Bowers, having to throw off of his back foot. He had Nutter going across the middle. If Bowers is able to set his feet and make that throw, it's probably a completion near the sticks, but a good job by that front line by Martinsburg making Bowers throw off the back foot, and that's a turnover. Bulldog football.
We have an injured Morgantown Mohegan down at the 20-yard line trying to identify who it is with 6:48 to go in this second quarter. So let's step aside and take a 60-second break. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube.
How do I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC. Ollie's VIP North Side is the best spot to catch all your favorite teams. Join us Monday for Dollar Wings and Monday Night Football, Thursdays on the patio for the Cornhole Tourney, Friday night lights with happy hour specials, or Saturdays during or after the college games for steak night. Get a ribeye or New York steak for just $26.95. Ollie's has great food and drink menus too, along with 17 TVs to watch any game of your choice from anywhere at the bar or their outdoor patio and fire pit. So stop by and see for yourself today at 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. That's Ollie's VIP North Side. We'll see you for the game.
Welcome back, 1st and 10. Dropping back the pass is Bajan. It's caught on the near side. Screen pass to Dover. Dover out across the 35, out across the 40 now on the near side. Pushed out of bounds. The flag thrown, and it's going to be against Morgantown as just swinging him like a rag doll for the flag.
Yeah, Jalen Hill had the tackle started in bounds. Got him out of bounds, just let him go. No reason to finish that tackle. I know you're a little frustrated on defense after a big play like that, but no need to add insult to injury and add 15 on top of that.
By the way, the previous play was Washington, the injured Mohegan. But with that penalty, Martinsburg now has a 1st and 10 inside Morgantown territory at the 44-yard line.
And we do have the starter, Ezra Bajan, back in at quarterback.
2 receivers to each, or excuse me, 3 receivers now to the far side, 1 to the near side for Bajan. Grantham to his left is Hendricks on the line on the left side trying to get the call. It's a handoff. Up the middle goes Grantham, making one player miss before being tripped up by the safety, Bobby Powell, and it's a 1st down Bulldogs on the 11-yard gain.
And that call by Hendricks was letting his left guard know, hey, I'm going to the second level right now. You make sure you get this tackle. I'm going to go seal out a linebacker, and he did just that.
6:30 to go, and Morgantown will elect to use its final timeout of the first half, and we'll take the timeout with them. This time, let's only make it a 30-second break. Nick, back at the studio, only a 30-second break, please. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
Welcome back to Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium. 6.5 minutes left in the second quarter. We're tied at 7 apiece between Martinsburg and Morgantown, as Morgantown just used its third and final timeout of the half. Bajent in shotgun formation. Grantham to his right. Had two receivers to each side, but now he sends Clement to the far side, so it's trips to the far side, one receiver to the near side, and it looks like it's man coverage for Hunter, but it's a handoff from Bajent. Grantham finds space on the near side. Beautiful block by Hunter to give him even more space, but tripping him up is a flag on the play.
Again, in the area of a hold. Waiting to see the confirmation on that. It'll be into the run. It won't be at the line of scrimmage.
That's true, but it was a 14-yard gain by Zion Grantham.
Nope, they're going to pick it up and wave it off.
We'll stay.
Yeah, keep it a 14-yard gain, why don't you?
First down, Bulldogs. They're just outside the red zone at the 21-yard line. First, that flag, it looked like could have been another holding penalty on Jameer Hunter this time around, but it looked like a clean block to me. Three receivers to the far side, one to the near side. Bajent sends Clement in motion, jet sweep. Clement just tripped up by Marlin, but it's a 3-yard gain. Bring up second down and 7 at the 18.
I've been real impressed with Marlin. We knew that coming in, their senior linebacker, but been impressed the way he's been able to work number to number, sideline to sideline on the defensive side of the football for the Mohigans in Martinsburg. You really want to cash in on this. It's been a frustrating day so far offensively. We'd love to cap this off a 6.
Bajent gets the snap, dropping back the pass. It's a screen pass that's tipped, intended for Grantham, but just jumping it up, swatting it down.
Caleb
Nutter.
Yep. Nutter doing it offensively, defensively on both sides.
And that
of the
probably
football.
saved the touchdown.
Yes.
Because there was nobody in front of Grantham other than the black and orange Bulldogs ready to block for him. Three receivers to the far side. It's Pearson, Clement, and Dover. The one to the near side is Hunter. Bajent in shotgun formation. He has Grantham to his left. Kaufman snaps it back to Bajent. Bajent hands it off to Grantham, and Grantham will be tackled by Marlin for a 1-yard gain to bring up fourth down. 5:10 to go. It's a 7-7 ball game. Now it looks like Martinsburg is going to decide to go for it. We've seen them do it plenty of times already tonight. You're in field goal range with Terwilliger, but they're going to keep him on the sideline. Bajent in shotgun formation, three receivers far side, one to the near side. Play action pass, and it's picked off by Morgantown. Going down the far side is the linebacker.
Coming Neal.
And Neal will be pushed out of bounds at the 44-yard line.
And I think that was a case where Neal just sat back and really kind of sat behind the blockers. It certainly looked like Bajent didn't see him anywhere near that football.
First and 10, Morgantown. The 40 with 4:40 to go. It's still 7-7.
The 6th interception on the year for Ezra Bajent. And so far not having a night he wants to remember.
Bowers getting the play call before going into Morgantown's huddle. The play clock will start at 25 and wind down as the Mohigans break the huddle.
No timeouts for Morgantown.
Shotgun formation. He has Nutter lined up to his right, two receivers to the near side. He hands it off to Nutter. Nutter goes from right to left, trying to find space on that far side, but he's going to go nowhere. Tackled at the original line of scrimmage by a swarm of Bulldogs to bring up 2nd and 10.
And one thing to remember, Morgantown does get the football back to start the second half. So with 4:20 left in the first half, depending on how they can work this clock and get a couple of first downs, they could be working at a little 2-for-1 deal here.
2nd and 10. 4:10 to go. Clock winding down in the second quarter. Morgantown continues to grind that clock down as much as it possibly can as they break the huddle with 8 seconds to go on the play clock. It's Bowers in shotgun formation. He has 2 receivers near side. Sends a man in motion. It's a jet sweep to Ulam, and Ulam going to be tackled for a loss by Rashad Reed. It's a loss of 1 to bring up 3rd and 11.
Penalty in the secondary.
We wait to see what the flag will be.
Oh, it may have been a glove, actually, that was on the field. Yeah, it is a yellow glove. My apologies.
That's all right. It brings up a 3rd and 11. Either was a yellow glove or maybe a piece of the yellow tape on Sherrod Musgrove's cleats. 3rd and 11, 3:13 to go, clock winding down. Martinsburg still has 2 timeouts. As Morgantown breaks the huddle.
If you're Morgantown here, or if you're Martinsburg's defense, watch for that comeback route. Morgantown is 2 for 2 tonight with it.
Bowers drops back, pump fakes, chucks it deep, and over the head of his intended receiver. Hunter was the closest guy to it as the pass was intended for Bobby Powell, but it brings up 4th down, and Morgantown will send the punt unit back out from the far sideline. It is 2:55 to go in the second quarter, and on to punt for Morgantown will be Aiden Steyer. Back to return is Jameer Hunter. Hunter, a Martinsburg fan's a little bit of a scare last time with the muffed punt, as Steyer's been able to play keep away. This time it's a spiraling kick that bounces off the knee, but Hunter picks it up. Breaks through a tackle, has space on the far side, out across the 50, at the 40, 35, 30, down the far sideline, 20, 10, dragged down at the 5-yard line, but hold everything as there's 2 flags thrown back at the 45-yard line of the Bulldogs. So instead of being in absolutely terrific field position, again, Martinsburg's going to start back in its own territory with another flag.
Yancey not real happy with those flags coming in. 2 of them coming in, so whatever the penalty was, 2 different referees saw it.
2:40 to go in the second. It is Martinsburg 7, Morgantown 7. So we wait for the white hat to make the call. It's an illegal block in the back against Martinsburg. The Bulldog fans irate with how many penalties there's been tonight on their black and orange. As we wait for the penalty to be marked off, Bajent in at quarterback.
And right now, if you look at the regular season stats, about 8.5 penalties a game for the Martinsburg Bulldogs. They've reached that in the first half so far.
And a lot of switches in that wide receiver core. 2 receivers to each side. Bajent dropping back, looking to the near side to pass. Pump fake, steps up in the pocket. Finds a man underneath on the far side. It's Dominic Brinkley. He goes out across the 45, pushed out of bounds just shy of the 50. It's a first down Martinsburg at the 47-yard line of the Bulldogs.
And Martinsburg still 2 timeouts to play with, so the entire playbook is open right now for the Dogs.
But you got no Jameer Hunter out there as Brinkley comes off. You got Dover, Clement, Pearson, the 3 receivers on the near side, and the one on the far side is Braden Mott. Not sure where Hunter is. Trying to find him on the near side as Bajent throws the ball to the near side. It's caught on the screen pass by Clement. Clement jukes past 1 tackler, out across the 50 to the 46-yard line. To bring up second down as the clock winding down underneath 2 minutes at 1:55. And Hunter, who still seems a little bit shaken up maybe after the punt return, will go in for Mott though. He's the lone receiver to the near side. There's 3 more to the far side of the formation for the Bulldogs. Bajent sends Pearson in motion from right to left. It's a screen pass caught by Hunter. Hunter goes up the middle, out across the 35-yard line at the 34-yard line. It's another first down for Martinsburg.
And Jameer Hunter's got to be careful. When he was trying to dodge those 2 defenders, that ball cradled out with that right hand.
Clock stops at 1:33 for them to spot the ball and reset the change. It now starts winding down. Three receivers to the far side, one to the near side for Bajent. Grantham to his right. He hands it off to Grantham. Grantham up the middle, slips through the line, and it's a 9-yard gain, maybe 10. We'll see if they give him the first down. I think they say he's half a yard shy, but the clock is going to have to stop because of an injured Morgantown player, or is it a Bulldog player?
Looks like a Bulldog at about the 34-yard
I was looking at
line.
The defensive line because there is one Mohigan limping. But, yeah, it looks like Murphy Clements.
Yeah, not who you want to see walking off the field gingerly.
He's walking underneath his own power, so hopefully that's a positive sign.
Kind of pointing towards that left shoulder or left arm.
But because the athletic trainers went out onto the field, he does have to take a play off. They did give Martinsburg the first down as well, so it's a 1st and 10 with 1:19 to go in the second quarter. It's Martinsburg 7, Morgantown 7. Ball for the Bulldogs at the 21-yard line of Morgantown. Three receivers to the far side, one to the near side for Bajent. Grantham to his left side as Bajent's in shotgun formation. Kaufman snaps it back to Bajent. Bajent pump fakes, floats a pass, caught by Grantham on the near sideline. He goes into the end zone. Touchdown, Martinsburg with 1:01 to go in the second. The Bulldogs take a 13-7 lead, and it's the second touchdown of the day for Zion Grantham. And it's 2 receiving touchdowns as well from Ezra Bajent.
And that's been the best that Bajent has done throwing the football all game, is when he is able to move a little bit and just find the dump down. It's not going to be his primary option when he's able to make his progressions, and he's going to have a running back just out of the backfield and dump it off. That's been what he has done most consistently today.
Terwilliger on to attempt the extra point. It's up and good. So with 1:01 to go in the second, it is now Martinsburg 14, Morgantown 7. We're back in 60 seconds. This is Talk Radio WRNR Martinsburg and WRNR TV on YouTube.
I'm Jonathan Bodwell, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare and life insurance agency. We are here to help you navigate the Medicare maze. We represent all of the major carriers, and you do not pay any more to go through us than if you go directly through a carrier. But if you go through us, you have a local professional to help you with all your Medicare needs, not a voice that could be in some other part of the world. Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare agency, BodwellInsuranceSolutions.com or 304-283-0864.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be this football season. Join us Fridays for Martinsburg Bulldog games, Saturdays for Shepherd Rams and WVU games, and every Monday, Thursday, and Sunday nights for the NFL primetime games. We still have steak night every Wednesday, shrimp nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. So come on in and enjoy the Palace Lounge. We're located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
Welcome back to Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be this.
To 7 with 1:01 to go in the second quarter over the 14th seeded Morgantown Mohigans. Terwilliger on to kick off. The ball lined up on the far side hash mark 40-yard line. Martinsburg has 6 players on the near side of the kickoff formation, 4 to the far. And it's a high end-over-end kick that's short and fair caught at the 30-yard line by Morgantown. So it'll be a 1st and 10 for the Mohigans, as in making the fair catch was Jacob Keir. You got to remember that Morgantown has no timeouts left, and they have not for the past 5 minutes and 29 seconds, as they used the final timeout they had at the 6:30 mark in this second quarter. Bowers goes into the huddle for Morgantown.
And Morgantown, not exactly a chunk play team, is what we've seen today.
Morgantown will break the huddle. It's Bowers under center. One receiver to each side, sends a man in motion, hands it off to Nutter. Nutter trying to find space up the middle, but he's wrapped up by Fagan as well as Fleming.
And I'm really surprised Britt Sherman's not using a timeout here. With 1 minute and 1 second, you would still have, especially with the talent of Jameer Hunter as a punt returner, kind of surprised they didn't use a timeout.
I think he heard you.
Now but now it doesn't do you any good.
That's true. Because you
only
let
have 20 seconds run off the clock. If you call a timeout right as that play ends at about 56 seconds, And then again, if you stop them, I mean, you're not going to have a ton of time left, but
well, even if they run the ball each time, you might not have any time left. But it's 14-7. Martinsburg in the lead over Morgantown. As at halftime, we will hear from Britt Sherman. Spencer Dupuis will have him down on the near sideline. And later on in the Mansion Freddie Law Firm halftime show, you'll hear from Nick Verzolini with some scores from around the state for not only Class AAA, but AA, Single A. Some college basketball scores as well, as we have the backyard brawl going on as we speak between WVU and Pitt, and hopefully it's in favor of WVU. Don't know, but
4 other AAA games going on tonight. A couple more slated for tomorrow.
Timeout concludes. It is 2nd down and 6 on the 32-yard line for Morgantown. Mohigans break the huddle. It's Bowers under center. He has 2 receivers to the far side, a tight end to his right side. It's a jet sweep to the tight end, Bobby Powell. Powell tries to find space on that far side, but Fegan and Fleming again blowing the play up. No yards gained to bring up 3rd down. And it looks like Martinsburg's not going to use its final timeout and just allow the clock to wind down as it's at 20 seconds to go.
And I don't think Morgantown's going to take the snap of the football again this half.
10 seconds left. It's 14-7. So we'll see if Morgantown maybe wants to just try and trick Martinsburg. Nope. They're going to just go to the far sideline. Morgantown will come to the near sideline and will hit the half. So we get ready to send it down to Spencer Dupuis. And Spencer, whenever you're ready to go, take it away.
Thanks, Colin. Down here, Coach Sherman, a 14-7 lead for your team. Big touchdown catch and run by Zion right back there to get you guys in the lead. You guys really needed that.
Yeah, we did. And, I think everybody's been worried about the rain and all this stuff. The only precipitation tonight is us dropping the ball and throwing it to the other team. So we got to take better care of the ball offensively. Defense is playing pretty good. But offensively and special teams, man, it's embarrassing. It really is. And I'm going to straighten that out at halftime as well.
What's the mentality going into the second half? Just what you just said?
Yeah, I mean, we have to take care of the football. We got to block, tackle, not make mistakes. We've made way too many mistakes, and we've got to clean that up. That's just all there's to it.
All right, thanks, Coach. Good luck in the second half.
All right, thank you, guys.
Back up to you, Colin.
Thank you, Spencer, as well as Coach Sherman, who did not mince his words there in his frustration with his team, who still are in the lead 14-7 over Morgantown. So we're going to go ahead and take a 2-minute break and then be back for the Mansion Freddie Law Firm halftime show. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio, WRNR, and WRNR TV on YouTube.
Hello?
We're here again 3 times in the past 2 days.
You're where?
Bechtel Jewelers. Look.
Can Mom hear you?
No, she's in a diamond coma. Get her the pendant, or I will.
Hey, that's my credit card.
What? Can't hear you, Dad. You're breaking up.
It's going to take more than a crying baby to wake her out of this diamond coma. You're going to need a mega dose of jewelry from Bechtel Jewelers.
At the Berkeley County Health Department, our motto is prevent, promote, protect. Since 1935, our mission has been to provide clinical and environmental services to protect the health of the general public. We're committed to building public health in our community by offering a wide range of services, including blood pressure screening, breast and cervical screening, family planning, counseling, lab testing, and more. We perform health inspections to make sure the restaurants you visit are clean, and we prepare and coordinate plans to respond to all hazards. The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court, Martinsburg.
Are you considering selling your home and don't know where to start? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Phone Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams at 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
Welcome back to Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium. Your score at the half, Martinsburg 14, Morgantown 7, as we welcome you in to the Mansion Freddie Law Firm halftime show, brought to you by the Mansion Freddie Law Firm in Martinsburg, where it's about seeking justice for you. Go to WVJusticeLawyers.com. Colin McLaughlin alongside me is Matt Crawford on the call for first time in 2 seasons of Martinsburg football, and again, we appreciate him for making the trip up to help us out tonight as we are very short-staffed, but a huge shout-out to our staff that are here with us tonight, helping provide our coverage of today's game. It is Spencer Dupuis, our sideline reporter, as well as sideline camera. Our executive producers are Donna Schaffner and Miranda Costello. Our main camera guy up top is Braden Schaffner, who is now not up top and actually right in front of us. But back at the studio, it's Nick Verzolini, and it's been a very unusual first half for Martinsburg, Matt, but they still are up a touchdown.
They are, and it's been the half they weren't expecting. I don't know if anybody was expecting them to necessarily come out and just roll over Morgantown in the first half. I'm sure there were some Martinsburg faithful out there that are certainly thinking that, but it's the playoffs. And no matter how many years you play the game, you get into the playoffs and you have the reputation that Martinsburg does. There's got to be a little jitter for some of those younger guys, but they put together drives that I thought looked really good. And then it came to points where it almost seemed like Ezra Bagent was lost out there at quarterback. But again, he's had a couple of good throws to Grantham that have put them back in the lead 14-7. With that being said, Morgantown has played the type of game they want to play. It's been limiting the amount of possessions for Martinsburg. It's been limiting the amount of times they've let Martinsburg get in the end zone, which is a big thing, only twice. And they have been able to run the football relatively well against that Martinsburg front. I just still am trying to figure out what exactly they are trying to do offensively. They've run the sweeps well at times, and they go away from them. They've run it up the middle with Nutter a couple times really well and then gone away from it. They've had a couple of those comeback routes on the outside. One was a touchdown. The other one was a gain of 12 for a first down early in that first quarter, and they go away from it. So I don't know if they know the type of offense they're trying to run.
Yeah, I agree. It seems like they're just trying to add some unpredictability, but at the same time, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If something's working, go with it.
They're predictably unpredictable. You know that, okay, if something works a couple times, they're going to go away from it and try something different. So they're predictably unpredictable.
As we will now take a 2-minute break, and on the other side of that break, you will hear from Nick Verzolini with some scores from around the state, as well as some scores from other sporting events going on this evening. So again, a 2-minute break. It is Martinsburg 14, Morgantown 7. You're tuned in to Talk Radio WRNR and WRNR TV in Martinsburg.
Talk Radio WRNR and TV10 Spencer Dupuis. When I got into a car accident and needed to get another vehicle, I wanted to go somewhere I could trust. So I went to the Heffley Motor Company at 993 Hedgesville Road. As a first-time car buyer, I really didn't know what to expect. But at Heffley, they treated me like family. Every step in the process was seamless. Not only did they give me a great deal, but they also helped me secure an amazing interest rate. Now I know firsthand why Heffley has such a great reputation in this community. I ride with Heffley Motor Company, so you should too.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%. Parsons' goal of financing for all. And Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars, too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Are you considering selling your home and don't know where to start? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Phone Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams at 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
Welcome you into the Extra Point Scoreboard Show here at halftime. The score of the game you're currently tuned into, Martinsburg leading Morgantown 14-7. Let's take a look at some other scores going on from across AAA. The Musselman Applemen were able to get the win last night over Wheeling Park 28-23 to advance to the quarterfinals. Hurricane leading University 35-6 at the half, so the Hurricane Redskins are looking to take care of business like expected and get a win over University there. Huntington also taking care of business against Beckley Woodrow Wilson. The score at the half, Highlanders 35. I believe they're the Flying Eagles, nothing at the half, but Beckley trailing 35-0 to Huntington. And a good one between George Washington and Princeton. Princeton's been that team all year that's kind of stuck around with some of the top teams in the state, knocked off a school earlier this year, Wheeling Park, I believe it was, and they've been kind of a tough team so far this season. Bridgeport, was it? 34-29. That's what the big win for Princeton was earlier this season. So they've had a few good wins on their resume, and currently tied at 21 with GW. So it was a game that I thought heading in could be kind of one that goes either way, and we see tonight that it's playing out that way. Other games going on tomorrow around the state in AAA, the number 16th ranked Hedgesville Eagles. They'll be in action against number 1 Parkersburg South. So that will be one that we'll keep an eye on during the Shepherd broadcast as the Eagles look to get a win there for the EPAC. And then number 11 Cabell Midland, number 6 Bridgeport. That one is in the evening. And that should be a good one. 2 schools that like to run the football. Should be a big physical game there between Cabell and Bridgeport. And then number 10, Jefferson, number 7, Spring Valley. I think that's an interesting matchup as well. You have the Jefferson spread offense that's pretty up-tempo, and then the Spring Valley kind of run-heavy offense. Could be some tough field conditions as well, depending on how the weather was in Huntington today, because that could obviously affect that grass field down there at Spring Valley. We're going to go a little bit longer here on halftime, so we'll take a look at some scores in the AA and single A playoffs. Right now, Independence leads Bluefield at the half 14-0. East Fairmont and Scott, good ball game there. Number 13, East Fairmont trying to pull off the upset, leading at the half 24-21. Frankfort leads Nicholas County 14-0 at halftime. And North Marion leads Lincoln 21-0 at halftime. Fairmont Senior over Chapmanville at the half 28-7. Herbert Hoover defeats Clay County last night 63-26. And then in single A, the game's going on tonight. Cameron leads Tyler consolidated 8-0. Doddridge County over Van currently 27-0 at the half. East Hardy, couldn't talk there for a second, beats Tucker County 34-6 last night. And Greenbrier West leads South Harrison 20-0. Tomorrow we will have Shepherd Rams football for you on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube. Looking forward to that one as the Rams make the trip to IUP for the Pennsylvania State Athletic Conference Championship game, looking to win their first ever PSAC title. That one kicks off at 3 p.m. with a 2:30 pregame show. So see if Shepherd can capture that title. Some NBA scores here real quick. The Celtics lead the Nuggets 102-91. The Magic are on top of the Suns 93-82. Knicks over the Pistons 68-58. And the Thunder lead the Raptors 51-39. The Spurs are on top of the Bucks 44-37. And some college football going on tonight. Is there any college football going on tonight? I guess is the first question, and I believe there is a little bit. We got a baseball score. Cincinnati leads ECU 7-5 in the top of the the second quarter between those two teams. Colorado USC going at it tonight at 9:30 on FS1, and Fresno State UNLV going at it at 10:30 tonight. And as we mentioned, we'll have Shepherd football for you on TV10 and WRNR TV on YouTube. On radio tomorrow, you can listen to the West Virginia Mountaineers. They kick off at noon, which I believe means that they'll have a 9 a.m. pregame show. The Mountaineers taking on the Oklahoma Sooners. I know Colin believes this will be the first time West Virginia beats Oklahoma. I'm not certain about that. Oklahoma an 8-point favorite. 68 points is the over-under. We'll see, though. It could be a job-saving win if Neil Brown and the Mountaineers are able to get it, because they might not be bowl eligible. With a loss, that would eliminate them from bowl eligibility. Other Big 12 games to keep an eye on: Iowa State, Oklahoma State, Kansas State, Baylor, Kansas, Texas Tech, and TCU taking on Texas. That's a big one for the playoff if Texas were to go down. So, again, we'll give you the high school scores, and then we'll send it back to Colin and Matt Crawford for the second half. Here at the half, Martinsburg is on top of Morgantown in a surprisingly close game, I think, for a lot of people, 14-7. Musselman leads Wheeling Park 28-23. Hurricane over University 35-6, and Huntington over Woodrow Wilson 35-0. George Washington, Princeton are tied up at 21. We'll take a 2-minute break. On the other side of that break, we'll send it back to Colin and Matt for the second half of Martinsburg and Morgantown. This is West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case, and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve.
The Skinner Law Firm, SkinnerFirm.com. Ollie's VIP North Side is the best spot to catch all your favorite teams. Join us Monday for Dollar Wings and Monday Night Football, Thursdays on the patio for the Cornhole Tourney, Friday Night Lights with happy hour specials, or Saturdays during or after the college games for Steak Night. Get a ribeye or New York steak for just $26.95. Ollie's has great food and drink menus too, along with 17 TVs to watch any game of your choice from anywhere at the bar or their outdoor patio and fire pit. So stop by and see for yourself today at 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. That's Ollie's VIP North Side. We'll see you for the game.
You've been in an accident. The choice of a lawyer may be the biggest decision you make for you and your family's future. At Mansion Ferretti, we offer a free consultation and no fees until we win your case. Call us today and protect your future. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
Hi, I'm Annette McDonald, and I am the designer at Orsini's in Martinsburg, West Virginia. We welcome you into our store to show you a complete line of what we do here. We design your cabinetry, quartz countertops, granite countertops, hardware, anything for the full remodel of your kitchen and your home needs. We also do bathrooms, and we have flooring available too. We make sure that your project with Orsini's is the best in the market. Welcome to Orsini's.
Orsini's.com.
Welcome back to Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium as we're in the Matt Miller broadcast booth, but no Matt Miller tonight. He was on yesterday's call. So
he was.
If you want to, after this, go watch Musselman Wheeling Park and hear some Matt Miller with Spencer Dupuis, you can do so. But right now we have Martinsburg taking on Morgantown at the half. It is 14-7. Martinsburg in the lead. Colin McLaughlin alongside me is Matt Crawford. And just to give everybody an update, this halftime might be going on for a while as the rain has started, and we have been informed that we are also under a lightning delay, and each time they see a lightning strike, that lightning delay gets extended even more. So as we look at the scoreboard, it still says there's 3 minutes left in the halftime, but wouldn't be surprised, Matt, if we are here sitting around for a while, because as you just pulled up on your phone, storms are brewing in Martinsburg, West Virginia.
And anybody who has ever played a sport or watched a sport in their entire life.
And as we say that,
there's another 30. But knows that when the lightning or rain hits, everybody becomes a meteorologist, right? Especially in today's day and age when you can pull your phone out. But, yeah, not looking like we're going to get started on time, and we could be looking at another half hour. So it's our job to entertain you fine folks known for the next half hour.
I mean, we could always put the camera back on us and start doing some juggling or something. I don't know how much it would help the radio side.
You know, I think we'll lose an audience if people see me try to juggle. It won't be pretty.
I didn't say it would be.
May gain audience, too.
Exactly.
Check out the fat guy juggling at halftime.
Need something to keep us going as the umbrellas, the ponchos are coming out as you look out onto the bleachers, and I'm a little bit surprised that we haven't got any announcement for people to get off the bleachers with the lightning in the area, as it's metal bleachers. That's usually
I'm not sure what the protocol
cause for potential evacuation.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the protocol or procedure is on that, but I hope Matt Miller is still tuning in, because back in the old days, he and Mike Jacobs would say, time to get the chili recipes out and start comparing recipes here.
I am hungry.
When you have the extended breaks like this, or it's a bad game, it's when you break out the chili recipes. But now we'll go over this matchup and some history. Obviously, Martinsburg, one of the most storied programs, and definitely the most storied program over the last decade plus here in the Mountain State. So we definitely have enough to keep you entertained over the next however long this break may be.
Yeah, I mean, they've matched up with each other 7 times since 2002 in the postseason. Martinsburg is 6-1 in those meetings. The one win for Morgantown was in the state championship of 2004, and that was the first of those back-to-back undefeated seasons for the Morgantown Mohigans as well, in which they got the state championship in those. But we also know Martinsburg, since 2010, has been the top tier of the Mountain State, with so far 9 state championships since 2010.
And you can extend that to beyond the Mountain State. They've been one of the top high schools in the country since 2010. Take away classifications, take away state lines, and you don't have that dominance all that often. And at some point, it's going to slow down a bit. But right now, that they're still riding this wave that has been the last decade of Bulldog football.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not just Bulldog football. It's really been dominant. Yes, they've had the state championships and everything. So they've definitely been number one. But there would, I guess, be an argument that number 2 since 2001 could potentially be Morgantown, because they have the second best overall record
And it's not close when you look at the two. I mean, Martinsburg since 2001, 252 wins, 29 losses. Morgantown, 184 wins, 75 losses. But it's really impressive either way, and it's been a great game so far that's only a touchdown separating the two teams at 14-7 Martinsburg.
Yeah, it's been a game. The style of play is exactly what Morgantown wanted to do, no question about it. They've been helped out by a couple of costly turnovers for Martinsburg, including one on the very open play that gave on the onside kick that gave them the opportunity to get the football first, and will receive it whenever the second half starts. But they've controlled the pace well. Martinsburg is not, other than the first touchdown to Grantham, really haven't had many big plays. Which, when you look at Martinsburg football, it's about the athleticism, it's about the big plays. Other than the first touchdown from Bajan to Grantham, they really haven't had that yet. So
yeah, the only one that was close was the punt return late in that second half by Jameer Hunter, but it was called back due to an illegal block in the back. Martinsburg was still able to drive down and score on a second touchdown throw from Ezra Bajent to Zion Grantham. So that connection's been the positive side, and it's a connection that we slowly had to get used to this year, because originally at the start of the year, it was not Zion Grantham that was running back number one. It was Eric King.
Yep.
But King went out with an injury, and Zion Grantham, the senior, who a lot of people thought wasn't the starter due to his size, a 5'6" running back, but he has looked really good. Leads the team in rushing, and now today, 2 touchdown receptions.
And you talk about these two teams being some of the best in the Mountain State over the last couple of decades. You go back and close your eyes, and in 2017, the last time these two teams met, the combination you were hearing was what? It was Tyson Bajent, and it was Dwayne Grantham. So you fast forward to the next time these two teams are playing here tonight, you close your eyes, and once again you're hearing Bajent Grantham, Bajent Grantham, Bajent Grantham. It's just like 2017 all over again.
But we're not the only close game in the state. As you heard from Nick Verzolini earlier, there's a tie ball game between number 5 GW, George Washington that is, and number 12 Princeton. They're at the half, tied up at 21 apiece, and the other games that are going on in Class AAA are not close at all, and you probably didn't really expect them to be. Huntington up 42-0 over Woodrow Wilson in the 2-15 seeded matchup, and then number 4 Hurricane leads number 13 University 35-6 at the half.
I'm not sure many folks around the Mountain State are looking at this game going, wow, I expected that. I don't know, 14-3 or 14-7 in the 14-3 matchup. I'm not sure many folks are expecting that around the Mountain State, and they do have a game delay on the scoreboard due to lightning. They have not updated the clock. The clock has wound down. They put the extra 3 minutes on it, which seems to be as close to mandatory as you can get in high school football.
It doesn't help that we haven't really had an official announcement from the PA announcer. So
the only announcement is on the scoreboard where game delay due to the lightning. So we don't know timing. We haven't heard anything.
You don't know if people are even looking at that. So you could get some.
Well, it's usually a pretty good indicator when there's no teams on the field.
Yeah.
It's generally a good indicator.
But we are currently under a lightning delay, and let's take a 3-minute break and then be back to talk about some other matchups going on and do the best that we can to fill this time. So don't go anywhere. You're tuned into Talk Radio WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube. Are you considering selling your home and don't know where to start? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Phone Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams at 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case, and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve.
The Skinner Law Firm, SkinnerFirm.com. Ollie's VIP North Side is the best spot to catch all your favorite teams. Join us Monday for Dollar Wings and Monday Night Football, Thursdays on the patio for the Cornhole Tourney, Friday Night Lights with happy hour specials, or Saturdays during or after the college games for Steak Night. Get a ribeye or New York steak for just $26.95. Ollie's has great food and drink menus too, along with 17 TVs to watch any game of your choice from anywhere at the bar or their outdoor patio and fire pit. So stop by and see for yourself today at 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. That's Ollie's VIP North Side. We'll see you for the game.
You've been in an accident. Why won't the insurance company pay? Because they're trying to save money at your expense. Call Mansion Ferretti for your free consultation. We have the experience to deal with the insurance company and get you the compensation you deserve. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
Hi, this is Lauren from Orsini's right here in Martinsburg. Grilling is not just for the boys. We are a Platinum Traeger dealer carrying the Pro Series all the way up to the Timberline Series. We have every flavor of wood pellets along with accessories, rubs, sauces. Not just Traeger, we carry Utz, Meat Church, Lanes, and Dizzy Pig. We also carry a full line of Yeti products. Orsini's has everything to complete your backyard. Visit us at 360 Hack Wilson Way or at Orsinis.com.
Lengthened halftime is still going on as we are currently under a lightning delay here in Martinsburg, West Virginia. Your score, Martinsburg 14, Morgantown 7, and we're not sure how long this lightning delay is. All we know is that we are under one, waiting for the third quarter to start. Colin McLaughlin alongside me is Matt Crawford, and our crew tonight is Spencer Dupuis down on the sideline, being our sideline reporter, trying to communicate as best as he can on how long this lightning delay is to get it back to us so that we can inform everybody that's tuned into this one. Our rest of the crew is Nick Verzolini back at the studio, Donna Schaffner, our executive producer, as well as Miranda Costello, and then Braden Schaffner is our main cameraman. And Matt, we've been challenged with something to help out our time here while we wait for the game to come back, and it is a WVU men's basketball ticket giveaway, as our station has tickets that we get being an affiliate of the Mountaineers, who currently are up big against the Pitt Panthers in the backyard brawl. So what should we do to give these tickets away?
Trivia. Obviously, we can't just give them away. People got to earn them a little bit. So we're going to.
What trivia are you thinking?
What we're going to do is we're going to send it back to the studio, take another 3-minute timeout, and make sure you're tuned in on the back side of this break.
Okay.
And we will give you the trivia question. First person to call in to Nick Verzolini, who will have the answers back at the station, hence the 3-minute break. We'll have the answers, and we'll give away a couple sets of tickets to some upcoming home Mountaineer games. So we're going to take a 3-minute break.
I like that idea.
Get our trivia questions ready. Come back, and it is basketball season. It did start at the beginning of this week, so we'll give away some Mountaineer tickets and go see Hall of Famer Bob Huggins coach the Mountaineers at the Coliseum.
All righty. It's 14-7. Martinsburg on top of Morgantown. We'll be back in 3 minutes on Talk Radio WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube.
Ollie's VIP North Side is the best spot to catch all your favorite teams. Join us Monday for Dollar Wings and Monday Night Football, Thursdays on the patio for the Cornhole Tourney, Friday Night Lights with happy hour specials, or Saturdays during or after the college games for Steak Night. Get a ribeye or New York steak for just $26.95. Ollie's has great food and drink menus too, along with 17 TVs to watch any game of your choice from anywhere at the bar or their outdoor patio and fire pit. So stop by and see for yourself today at 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. That's Ollie's VIP North Side. We'll see you for the game.
Hello, this is Mark Sutton of the Sutton & Janelle Law Firm. The right attorney can make all the difference in your case. That's why you should call Sutton & Janelle. We have been serving clients in West Virginia and Maryland since 1999 in the areas of family law, DUI, criminal defense, and personal injury. Sutton & Janelle works hard to obtain a favorable outcome for you at a reasonable rate with affordable payment options. Sutton & Janelle values your rights and is passionate about your success. Contact us today at suttonandjanelle.com.
Hagerstown Ford continues to be your leader in car sales up and down the I-81 corridor. We will beat any and all competitors' prices. And we've made buying a new car easier than ever with one-day delivery better than Amazon and a return policy better than Walmart. Your satisfaction is our guarantee. If you don't like it, simply return it and we'll come pick it up. No questions asked. Why would you shop anywhere else? At Hagerstown Ford, we take great pride in our community and supporting our local student athletes. That's why Hagerstown Ford is the official car dealership of Shepherd Rams quarterback Tyson Bagent. Our remote buying process has made new car shopping so easy, you'll never even set foot in a dealership. Simply go to HagerstownFord.com and click on the car you want to buy it, or use the Axle Auto app. It's that easy. You can order your new car on any device. Go to HagerstownFord.com and get your new car signed, sealed, and delivered from Hagerstown Ford.
I pre-planned my funeral to make it easier on my family. They were relieved to know I'll get just what I want.
My family actually thanked me for taking matters into my own hands. Turns out having this awkward conversation wasn't awkward at all.
Pre-planning is my choice. There are certain things about me my family may not know. Now they won't need to guess.
The choices are yours. The peace of mind is theirs. Pre-plan your funeral with Brown Funeral Homes and everything will be taken care of. Find out more online at brownfuneralhomeswv.com. Brown Funeral Homes, here for you.
Jambo Construction and Fencing Company, LLC is a veteran-owned and operated company right here in the Eastern Panhandle of West Virginia that specializes in decks, fencing, and hardscaping. Find us on Facebook at Jambo Construction and Fencing to see more of the projects we've completed. For a free estimate, you can call Bo Bartley at 304-268-5452 or Jamie Gall at 304-279-5053. We are licensed and insured in the state of West Virginia, and as Martinsburg alums, we say, go Bulldogs.
We welcome you back to Martinsburg High School, and the rain has stopped. We received word that the lightning delay might be over sooner than we thought, as the officials are out on the field, and we were told that they told the teams to get ready and come back out, but we still have some trivia to do.
We do.
Matt?
We do.
Do you want to go first, or do you want me to go first?
I can go first.
Or before we do it, let's explain again how everybody tuned in can win. All you got to do,
call in, be the first one to call in to Nick Verzolini, back to studio, give the correct answer.
And the phone number is 304-263-6586. I'll go first?
Go ahead.
All righty, my trivia question, since it's a 3 versus 14 seed tonight between Martinsburg and Morgantown, is in Class AAA playoffs since 1993, so the past 29 years, what is the record between the 3rd seed and the 14 seed? So all you have to do is call in to our station, answer that, and you will receive a 3-pack to a WVU home game. Matt, your turn.
Well, we got to give them time to call in. So we got to banter back and forth here for a little. Once we hear that the first set of tickets has been claimed, then we move on to the second.
I thought I asked a tough question that might take a while, so I was going to let him have yours as well.
I'm just trying to keep Nick Verzolini
from
going crazy.
I mean, he's going to go crazy already.
That is true. That is true. People want to get out to the Coliseum. All right.
As they just won as well, we heard.
They did.
WVU got the win over the Pitt Panthers, which is always a good thing. Improved to 2-0.
Here's the second trivia question to win a pair of tickets to go see the Mountaineers play at the Coliseum in the near future. Game to be announced later this week. From the 1957-58 season to the 1959-60 season, Jerry West averaged this many points per game. So throughout his career, Zeke from Cabin Creek averaged this at WVU.
All right, there you go. As WVU getting the 81-56 win over the Pitt Panthers to improve to 2-0. All you have to do is call in to Talk Radio WRNR, answer either one of those 2 trivia questions, and the first ones to do so will win a 3-pack of tickets to a WVU home men's basketball game. That is to be announced which game it is. So we'll figure that one out.
Could get a conference game.
Yeah.
Could get a non-conference game.
I mean, there's some good ones.
That's why you play the game.
There's some good ones.
There are.
Obviously, in conference, Big 12, in my opinion, the best basketball conference. Late.
It's up there.
I'd put the ACC in the argument still, historically.
It's hard for me to not
but
say
as of
the
late,
ACC.
It's been the Big 12. And
Big 12's been up there.
You got to look at the national championships.
You do. Again, as of late, I'm not saying you're wrong, but you just historically over time, I think you still got to say that the ACC is the premier conference.
As the rain is back here at Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium, and as I say that as well, the lightning's back. So with that being said, it looks like the officials will conclude their conversation with our sideline reporter Spencer Dupuis and walk back to the far side end zone and out of the end zone to see if this halftime
and even better
continues to go, as it's Martinsburg 14, Morgantown 7.
Just getting word that apparently station owner and congratulations, delegate Mike Hornby.
That is true as well.
Yeah, congratulations, Mr. Hornby, recently elected this week. Delegate will be heading to Charleston coming up in a few months, but he is being generous this evening.
He is.
He's going to let you pick the home game you go to.
He's going to let you pick, and also I'm going to change it here because we were originally told it was 3 2-packs to give away, but I didn't continue reading that. It said, or 2 4-packs. And since we had 2 trivia questions...
Looks like you're getting 4.
I think we have to do, instead of the 3-pack, a 4-pack. So there are 2 4-packs of WVU tickets up for grabs to any home game of your choice. And we're going to take another break to allow people to call in.
We are going to take a break and call in to Nick Verzolini again, 304-263-6586. We do have an update. It will be 9:45 at the earliest, as the referees have gone back into the far side garage as the rain is now really coming down, as you hear the roars from the Martinsburg faithful below us. And the earliest we're going to get started again is 9:45. So let's send it back to the station.
I was about to say, Nick, if you'd like to give us some updates on some scores again as well, that would definitely be helpful, as it's Martinsburg 14, Morgantown 7. We'll take a 3-minute break, and then Nick Verzolini will be giving some scores on the other side as well as...
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
Mountaineer Grill and Pub offers many daily specials, including Trivia Night Monday, Karaoke Tuesday, Steak Night Wednesday and Sunday, Thursday night Boneless Wing Night, and on Friday and Saturday nights there'll be a DJ and or karaoke. And remember, Monday through Friday, happy hour, 11 a.m. to 6 p.m., $2 domestic bottles and $2.50 domestic drafts.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
With Honda, every summer adventure is the destination. Take your adventures even farther with Honda, America's most fuel-efficient full-line automaker. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 2.9% APR on a 2022 Honda Civic and a 3.9% APR on a 2022 Accord or 2023 HRV.
CMA's Honda of Winchester, 3985 Valley Pike. CMA, moving lives forward.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic SI based on EPA estimate of MY20 full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy 2021 EPA Automotive Trends Report.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at WHMsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
What came first, the chicken or the egg? No matter what you think, you can have it either way.
Rock's new bagel croissant and chicken waffle breakfast sandwiches are made fresh every morning. Rock's Local Market.
Rise and shine. You're gonna be late for work. Good morning, sleepyhead.
We welcome you back to Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium, and I know we said that we were going to send it to Nick, but so that Nick can actually answer the phone for you guys. We're going to do our best to give you some scores, so apologize for the confusion, and apologize for trying to put a whole bunch of work on Nick that
we both ran the
probably,
halftime and postgame scoreboard show one time. I think we can handle it.
We have. He's been doing a great job, and with trivia questions, it's tough to do everything when you're all by yourself there, but shout out to Nick for what he has been able to do tonight.
All right, let's start in at AAA, the 2-15 matchup. That is Huntington, Woodrow Wilson. Huntington, the 2 seed there, 55-8 in the fourth quarter, so Huntington is going to roll on in that one. And looking at the bracket, Huntington will face the winner of Spring Valley and Jefferson. The 7-10 matchup, that game will take place tomorrow at 1:30 down in the southern part of the state. Moving down the list in AAA, it is the 13-4 matchup. It is the 4-seed Hurricane all over University, 49-6. That game last updated in the third quarter. And again, our matchup here in a delay at the half, 14-7. And Princeton and GW, the final game being played this evening. The 12-seed Princeton taking on the 5-seed GW, and it is 28-21 Princeton on top in that one. Let's go to AA. For tonight, Independence is taking on Bluefield. Independence, the 2-seed. Bluefield, the 15-seed. That game very close, just like this one. 14-6 Independence with the lead in the third quarter. In the third quarter of the 13-4 matchup, that's East Fairmont taking on the number 4 seed Scott. And East Fairmont right now with the 2-score lead, 31-21 in the third quarter. So East Fairmont looking to pull off the upset. In the fourth quarter, number 5 Frankfort is taking on number 12 Nicholas County. And it is Frankfort up 14-0. In the third quarter of the 6-11 matchup, it's number 6 North Marion taking on number 11 Lincoln. 37-0 North Marion all over Lincoln in that one. Fairmont Senior in the 7-10 matchup against Chapmanville, who is that 10 seed. 28-7. The Polar Bears of Fairmont Senior up in the third quarter. And then a final, it was 63-26 in the 9-8 game yesterday. Herbert Hoover all over Clay County. Let's move now to single A before we take a look at what's going on tomorrow.
Before you do, let me make an announcement that we already have 2 winners for our trivia questions that we said earlier. So Nick has asked us to let people know so that they please stop calling into the station, because the phone lines will no longer be answered now, as we already have 2 winners to our answers. And after, I guess, you finish those scores, we can give the answers out to those that might not know.
Awesome. All right, let's go to single A, where it is the 14-3 matchup. Number 3 Cameron up 14-6 over the 14 seed Tyler Consolidated. Moving on down the list, Doddridge County is the 11 seed. They're taking on number 6 Van. And how about this for an upset alert in the fourth quarter? The 11 seed Doddridge County up 35-0 over the 6 seed in Van. A final from yesterday, East Hardy taking on Tucker County in the 10-7 matchup. It was the 10 seed of East Hardy getting the win 34-6. And in the fourth quarter of the 9-8 matchup in single A, Greenbrier West as the 8 seed has a 28-0 lead over the 9 seed South Harrison.
Alrighty, there you go. As we just mentioned a few moments ago, we already have winners for our trivia questions, and my trivia question was, in the past 29 years, so since 1993, in the opening round of the Class AAA playoffs, what is the record for the 3 seed against the 14 seed? And the answer to that was that the 3 seed has won 27 of those 29 meetings. The 14 seed has only won 2 of those meetings.
Do you have the 2 14 seeds?
I have a full list of the upsets, but I don't have which one was which seed, unfortunately. So I have years of a whole bunch of the different losses, but I don't know, unfortunately, which one was which.
All right, and the second trivia question from the 1957-58 season to the 1959-1960 season, the 3 seasons he was in Morgantown, what was Jerry West's career average?
Oh, I do. Actually, hold on. That's 1. That's 2. Here we go. My apologies for stopping you.
Oh, you're good, man.
But I saw that it actually
We got
goes
nothing
down
but
the
time
line.
here. It's lightning, it's raining,
So,
we got nothing but time.
1996, it was Morgantown with one of those 14-3 upsets, and it was against an Eastern Panhandle team. Musselman, 24-21. And for Musselman fans that are tuned in, the other one was also a loss for Musselman as the 3 seed. 2016 against Jefferson, 36-0. So there you go. Those were the 2 times a 14 seed has beaten a 3 seed since 1993.
All right, second trivia question. His 3 years spanning 1957 to 1960, Jerry West averaged this as his points per game in Morgantown. Again, it was Jerry West averaged this in his 3 years at Morgantown, and if you guessed 24.8 points a game, you would be correct. Only one of you is winning those tickets.
Yep, and it is a 4-pack of free tickets to any WVU men's basketball game of their choice. So hopefully Nick was able to get the contact information of the winner so that we can get those tickets to them, and congratulations to those 2 winners as WVU got the 81-56 win over the Pitt Panthers tonight, as we are an affiliate of them. So usually we would have them on the air, but tonight we have just us talking right now, as it feels like halftime has been longer now than the first half that Martinsburg is in the lead of 14-7 over Morgantown.
All right, let's send it back to the studio, take another 3-minute break. We still have, as of right now, 19 minutes before the second half is set to kick off. Let's send it back to the studio, a 3-minute timeout. When we come back, we'll take a look at tomorrow's games across the Mountain State in the 2022 West Virginia High School Football State
We can
playoffs.
also talk about the game that we'll have.
We sure can. The Shepherd University Rams trying for their first PSAC title since joining the conference, and to remain undefeated, and hopefully, fingers crossed, get that 1 seed in the
And
Super
we might have
Region
to have an
rankings.
argument of whether it's PSAC or if it's the PSAC.
That depends on who you ask and what year you join the conference.
So we'll be back in 3 minutes on Talk Radio WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube.
With Honda, every summer adventure is the destination. Take your adventures even farther with Honda, America's most fuel-efficient full-line automaker. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 2.9% APR on a 2022 Honda Civic and a 3.9% APR on a 2022 Accord or 2023 HRV.
CMA's Honda of Winchester, 3985 Valley Pike. CMA, moving lives forward.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic Si based on EPA estimate of MY20 full line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy 2021 EPA Automotive Trends Report.
I'm Jonathan Bodwell, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare and life insurance agency. We are here to help you navigate the Medicare maze. We represent all of the major carriers, and you do not pay any more to go through us than if you go directly through a carrier. But if you go through us, you have a local professional to help you with all your Medicare needs, not a voice that could be in some other part of the world. Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare agency. BodwellInsuranceSolutions.com or 304-283-0864.
Are you considering selling your home and don't know where to start? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Phone Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams at 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
Ollie's VIP North Side is the best spot to catch all your favorite teams. Join us Monday for dollar wings and Monday Night Football, Thursdays on the patio for the cornhole tourney, Friday night lights with happy hour specials, or Saturdays during or after the college games for steak night. Get a ribeye or New York steak for just $26.95. Ollie's has great food and drink menus too, along with 17 TVs to watch any game of your choice from anywhere at the bar or their outdoor patio and fire pit. So stop by and see for yourself today at 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. That's Ollie's VIP North Side. We'll see you for the game.
This is Eric at Hagerstown Ford. Over the last decade, the way we buy things have evolved. Now, you get on your phone, click Want It, and it shows up at your front door. At Hagerstown Ford, it is that convenient. We've changed the car buying experience on the I-81 corridor forever. And with a return policy better than Walmart, there's absolutely no reason to buy a new or used car, truck, or SUV anywhere else. Just like Amazon, Hagerstown Ford will deliver the vehicle to you, where you are, and on your time. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. Why waste your time at a car dealership playing the dumb back-and-forth games? Besides, we hate it more than you do. I assure you, no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. will beat our price. No dealership from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania to Baltimore, Maryland will beat our price. And no other dealership will allow you to return it if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely provides the best experience at the best price. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience. Click on the vehicle you want and get your new ride delivered to you at no risk. See dealer for details.
We're under a lightning delay, and we don't know when it's going to end. So
right now it is projected at 9:45.
That's the last update that we heard. Don't know if there was a update after that, but let's now look at tomorrow's playoff games.
Let's do it. Let's feature the Eastern Panhandle first. It is the top of the bracket with the 1 seed Parkersburg South taking on number 16 Hedgesville. Good to see Coach Matt Fairclough and the Eagles back in the playoffs after a few years out of
It's the first time
rankings.
He's led them to the playoffs as a head coach.
It sure is. Spring Valley and Jefferson, the 7-10 matchup. Jefferson, the 10 seed in that one, so they will travel to Spring Valley for a 1:30 kick. And then the 6-11 matchup, number 6 Bridgeport is hosting number 11 Cavill Midland, and that is a game tomorrow night. So Bridgeport wanted to stay with the night game, but just wanting to do it Saturday night. So that is what is going on tomorrow in AAA. Let's quickly take a look at AA, where it'll be the 16-1 matchup. Number 1 Winfield taking on number 16 Logan. That is tomorrow. Number 14 Weir taking on number 3 Rowan County. And just 2 Saturday games in AA tomorrow. So the majority either already played or are getting their games in tonight. Let's round out with single A for tomorrow. The 16-1 matchup of Petersburg taking on number 1 James Monroe. Number 15 Clay Battelle taking on number 2 Williamstown. St. Mary's taking on Wahama in the 13-4 matchup. Wahama 10-0 as the 4 seed. The Hillbillies of Man High School will travel to Wheeling Central in the Northern Panhandle in the 12-5 matchup. That game will be played at Wheeling Island Stadium. So those teams hoping that it's the first of 2 games at Wheeling Island Stadium over the next couple of weeks. And that rounds out the single A, double A, and triple A matchups on a Saturday of West Virginia High School playoff football tomorrow.
And while you were given those games for tomorrow, an update on a double-A game that you might want to keep an eye on between number 2 Independence and number 15 Bluefield. Bluefield just scored to make it a 14-12 game in the fourth quarter, so the 15 seed only down by 2. And if you know double-A football, you know Bluefield is a power. So it's a little bit surprising that they finished the regular season 5-5 as the 15 seed going up against undefeated Independence. But when it comes to that postseason time, it seems like Bluefield just always finds a way to be in contention or sneak away with victories.
And I know this isn't the case in this game where you mentioned them being the 15, and I believe I just saw the L word again, but I'm not going to mention it. In AA and Single A, there are so many teams that it makes those playoff brackets so exciting because a lot of years you have 7 and 3 teams that are the 15 or 16 seed. And so you have quality teams that can pull off those upsets. That's why you see those a little bit more in AA and Single A. And Single A is even bigger when you look at that. So you talk about a 4 seed that's 10-0. And we were looking at it earlier in Van. So it makes it fun when you get into those lower classifications. I know everybody in this area is going to argue, well, AAA is still the big dog in the state. But it makes those AA and Single A games just that much more exciting when you have that many teams, and the playoff bracket can be that much more exciting with some pretty good teams that are having to travel and go on the road.
Let's now switch over to the game that we will have on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube tomorrow, and that is the Pennsylvania State Athletic Conference Championship game. As for the first time in program history, the Shepherd Rams will be in that championship game as they head to IUP to take on the Indiana University of Pennsylvania Crimson Hawks.
It is the first time they will play in the PSAC championship. Shepherd is no stranger to playing in conference championships.
That's true.
From the birth of the Mountain East Conference until Shepherd decided to take their talents to Pennsylvania, Shepherd rolled in the Mountain East Conference. I mean, just absolutely ran that conference, hence why there was so much up in arms when they decided to leave, just because of the amount of talent that the Shepherd University Ram program was taking away from the program, or from the conference that was really considered the West Virginia Conference. It was no longer the WVHS, but people still associated it with a West Virginia Conference, and how are you going to leave the West Virginia Conference and go up north to what everybody considered the redheaded stepchild of Division II football, which was the PSAC, which nobody liked, but you had to respect them, because every year those regional rankings came out, and every year the PSAC was sending at least 3 teams to the playoffs, and now Shepherd has been in the mix, making the playoffs a couple times since joining the conference, and now an opportunity to be atop that conference. And if they win, all signs pointing, and I don't know how they wouldn't be, the overall number 1 seed, getting that bye next week and getting a chance to rest up before seeing what the rest of that bracket looks like and going into the Division II NCAA football playoffs.
Yeah, when you have an undefeated regular season, which is something that we've talked to Tyson Bagent, the Shepherd Rams starting quarterback and former Martinsburg Bulldog, also the brother of current starting quarterback for the Bulldogs, Ezra Bagent. That's special to him. It's something that he is, along with the team, not been able to have during his time at Shepherd. An undefeated season, even though it's been great season so far for them. I mean, last year you made it to the national semifinals, just falling short against Ferris State, who eventually went on to win the national championship.
And to one of the best athletes in all of college football.
Yeah.
Take away divisions, one of the best athletes, the quarterback for Ferris State, Burkhardt, who was one of the best athletes in all of college football last year.
But at the same time, Tyson being the Harlan Hill winner last year, and for Shepherd this year, breaking the NCAA Division II all-time passing touchdown record, as well as all-time touchdown record against the head coach of East Stroudsburg, who was, in his playing career, the guy that held that record back in the early 2000s. And how special was that last week?
Yeah, and you look at just what are the odds of that? Those odds have got to be astronomical.
Things.
But you look at, and I don't think anybody is making these comparisons anymore. You look at the quarterbacks that Tyson has been compared to since he got to Shepherd, and it was Connor Jessup and Jeff Siemba. He's no longer arguing about who's the best quarterback in the last decade at Shepherd. It's Tyson Bagent. He's on pace to possibly win a second straight Harlan Hill. And I don't think anybody would be amazed if he did. I think it's almost, you're looking at the numbers going, all right, he kind of has to win the second Harlan Hill. But you look at what those two quarterbacks were able to do at Shepherd, meaning Ziemba and Connor Jessup, and that's something they were both able to do. they're both able to have undefeated regular seasons. Tyson hasn't done that yet. So while everybody's final goal is to obviously win a national championship, this is just going to be something else Tyson is adding to his belt. And I don't foresee a reason that they shouldn't be in the national semifinals again. And I don't see a reason that this offense isn't good enough to play in a national championship. I think this offense has the weapons that the 2015 team did. I'm not sure defensively you're looking at the same style of team. I think they were a little bit bigger up front on defense in 2015. That didn't prove to matter in that 2015 national championship game. But I think this team has got the ability to really make some noise when first of all, once tomorrow comes around, and hopefully they are the PSAC champions raising that trophy. But then once they get into the playoffs and see how far they can go.
It's 9:40 right now. The last update that we heard was 9:45, but you look outside, rain's still going down, so it was pushed to another at least 15 minutes of this lightning delay as we're at halftime between Martinsburg and Morgantown. It is Martinsburg up 14-7, and you want to continue on the topic of Shepherd football as Tyson also got an invitation on Wednesday to the Reese's Senior Bowl, the arguably most prestigious Senior Bowl for NCAA football, period. And you don't typically see Division II guys getting those invites. We remember at the beginning of the season, I think it was 35, maybe 36 quarterbacks on the watch list, and he was the only Division II quarterback.
He's also, when you look at a lot of the projections for what the draft is going to look like coming up in May, he's projected to be like a fifth-rounder right now.
Mm-hmm.
And you look at what Shepherd has done.
And I think that invite solidifies the fact that he's going to be drafted.
You look at, again, the very talented players, we look, especially the 2015 and 2016 seasons, with the amount of talent that Shepherd had that got a taste of what the NFL was, and Trey Sullivan, and Connor Jessup, and a couple of other guys. I know Billy Brown, that's the receiver I was thinking of. Those guys all getting a cup of coffee in the NFL. Miles Humphrey getting a look when he graduated with the Ravens, the Giants, the Redskins at the time. And you look at what those guys did, and they either had to be late-round draft picks or undrafted free agents. So to have a Division II player from Shepherdstown, West Virginia, going to be called on the second or third day of the draft, and then still a prime, prominent time of the draft, I think would just speak volumes. And if Shepherd hasn't already been on the map, which they should have been for the last decade plus, I think that certainly solidifies them as, okay, this is one of those D2 schools that you really have to pay attention to now.
And he's not the only guy that's really been getting looks. Another guy that is kind of flying under the radar to potentially be drafted is offensive lineman Joey Fisher, who was actually the first Shepherd Ram to get an invite to a Senior Bowl, that being
Hawaii,
the Hula Bowl, which actually is not in Hawaii. It's in Orlando, even though it's called the Hula Bowl.
How do you have a Hula Bowl in
Good question. Don't have the answer to it. I don't know. But it looks like we are getting an update as I partially read it, so I know what it was. Thank you, Spencer, even though it disappeared. At 9:45, so 4 minutes from now, both teams will come back out and get a 15-minute warm-up, and the plan is to now resume action at 10 p.m. if there's no more lightning. So cross your fingers, everybody, that there is no more lightning so that there is no more lightning delay. But while we're on, I know you want to go to break, but since we're on the topic of Shepherd, and we already talked about basketball, Shepherd basketball started today, but unfortunately for both men's and women's, it was losses to start off the season. The women's side against Alderson Broadus, it was an 83-67 loss, and on the men's side, who have the Atlantic Region crossover, so it's back-to-back games. They started off against a very tough West Liberty team, and West Liberty put the beat down, unfortunately, on Shepherd, 91-68.
Anybody who ever went to a Shepherd game there playing West Liberty, West Liberty is one of the most fun teams in college basketball. Take away the divisions. You talk about just a team with tempo and a team that can just knock down threes however they wanted to and average 90-some points a game. I don't care what year it is. I don't care how good you are. Anytime you're playing West Liberty, it would be an upset if you would win. I know Shepherd is very glad that they're not having to play them every year. Between them, Wheeling Jesuit, Fairmont State, that was a tough threesome to play in the Mountain East Conference every year. And Shepherd getting especially Coach Justin Namlick getting a little reunion as to how it was to play West Liberty back in the day.
It is Martinsburg 14, Morgantown 7. The rain still coming down a little bit sideways here as we are under the lightning delay, but we're going to take a 3-minute break and then hopefully be back and see both teams on the field to get ready for warm-ups, as we were last informed that action for the second half hopefully will start at 10 p.m. in this Class AAA Round 1 playoff matchup between the Mohigans and the Bulldogs. Again, we're back in 3 minutes on Talk Radio WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube.
You've put up with your water long enough. It's time for Sunset Water Services, your local water solution since 1989, to fix your water problems. Get better tasting, better smelling, and better looking water today. Say hello to drinking your own delicious water for pennies per gallon. Say yes to healthier skin and hair and to softer and brighter clothes. Sunset Water Services delivers your bags of salt to you, so they'll save your back too. And our products come with a 1-year satisfaction guarantee. Call 304-754-9031 for a free water quality test today. SunsetWater.com.
Are you considering selling your home and don't know where to start? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Phone Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams at 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve.
The Skinner Law Firm, SkinnerFirm.com.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%. Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596. If you or someone you know suffers from the disease of addiction, help is available from the Berkeley County Quick Response Team with peer recovery coaches and support promptly to the homes of those who've recently experienced an overdose. This collective effort towards recovery brings resources and services to the community, including naloxone and treatment options. Call 304-267-1313 or visit the Berkeley County Recovery Resource Center, 400 West Stevens Street, Martinsburg. The Berkeley County Quick Response Team is funded through a DHHR grant with the Berkeley-Morgan County Health Department.
Welcome back to Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium, and good news, partially. There's one team back on the field and pouring down rain, and it is your Martinsburg Bulldogs. And off in the distance, I can't tell if that is Morgantown slowly making its way or if that's just,
I believe that's the officials.
Black and white stripes of the officials. As we are still at halftime, it is Martinsburg 14, Morgantown 7, and we knew weather was going to play a factor in this one, Matt. Maybe not like this, where we've now had a huge delay, and you got to pose the question, pouring down rain, how much is that going to be a factor in the styles and the sloppiness of this game, and with a delay, how tight are these players now that just had to sit in the locker room for, are we going close to an hour now?
Well,
I wasn't really keeping track, but Morgantown's taking the field now as well.
Knowing Britt Sherman and knowing the members of the Martinsburg coaching staff, I highly doubt they were all just sitting in their locker for the last however long it's been since they went into the locker room. I know with the weight room in there, with the locker room in there, with the coach's office in there, I'm guessing they were in their position groups, talking, moving around a little bit. I can't imagine they just all sat in their locker still for the last 45 minutes to an hour. I also think this is the spark that Martinsburg could need. I think you look at Morgantown, and nobody in the state was giving them a chance to win this game or even be close in this game. So they're going to have one of two mindsets. They're either going to come back out and having sat in that visitor locker room going, man, we're right in this. We have every opportunity to win this game and pull off the upset. Or, which I know the coaches were trying to make sure didn't happen, going, man, I can't believe we've held Martinsburg to only 14 points. How long can this last? Which, again, they're high school kids. That's going to get into their mind. And for Martinsburg, you know, especially after hearing the brief but loud words of Britt Sherman going into the halftime break, you know he lit a fire underneath them. So I have a feeling they're going to come out ready to play, and it would not surprise me if we're talking halfway through the third quarter. It's a 2 or 3 possession game.
It's only a 1-possession game right now, but yeah, those words were not minced at all from Coach Sherman, that the only precipitation other than now, the rain, but before that in the first half, was all the mistakes and drop balls from Martinsburg. As Martinsburg has concluded its warm-ups, now come to the near side. Morgantown still trying to warm up as the countdown is on the scoreboard. It is at 13 and a half minutes, but with how long this delay has been, I don't know if you can actually move that up anymore because of the rules with the lightning delay, but you wish you could.
I think we've gone beyond the lightning delay. I think this is now the 15 minutes based on how long the break was.
So
to give the world.
If both teams
by the
agree,
7-minute mark, let's get this
maybe
thing
we'll
rolling.
be back. I completely agree, and just update everybody, but since it's been so long, Morgantown will get the ball to start the second half as they won the coin toss and elected to defer to the second half, and Martinsburg chose to receive. So it will be Morgantown with the ball to start off, and in that first half, when Martinsburg kicked it deep, we did see a fairly long kickoff return for the Mohigans, and they've had some pretty solid field position throughout the entire first half, even though they trail by a touchdown at 14-7.
Yeah, it was Bobby Powell who took it at the 1-yard line on the near side, and it was a return right, clearly based on where he got the ball and was running immediately a beeline over.
If I remember, I think he got it to the 21.
Yeah, beeline towards his side of the field. There was a seam. He ran up the numbers, and it was Brett Terwilliger who didn't necessarily get the tackle, but did enough so that his teammates could come make the tackle, and did as much as a kicker's going to do backpedaling.
Yeah, that's always a nightmare. Me being a former kicker, never wanted to be put in that situation, and fortunately I never was. But Terwilliger, much better kicker than me. We saw during the Bulldog Bash for sure that was the case, and I don't even think you needed that to know that.
The pride of the Berkeley Springs Indians, folks.
Not much there. But to the applause of fans, it looks like both teams are now on the sidelines, and we await for the captains to meet at the 50-yard line so that we can finally resume action. And it looks like the rain might have stopped as well out there.
Knock on wood somewhere.
As it will be Cam Shallis, the captain for Martinsburg, to go out to the 50-yard line to meet with Morgantown's Maddox Bowers. And again, if you missed it, it is Morgantown receiving the ball to start this second half, as it's Martinsburg 14, Morgantown 7. Huge shout out to our crew. Colin McLaughlin here for Talk Radio WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube. Alongside me is Matt Crawford, and we appreciate him making the trek from Maryland to help us out tonight, as Dylan is on vacation this weekend.
Shoot, I'll tell you what, I got a little reunion tonight because it was getting to call a game, being back here in the press box. I haven't called a game since it's been renamed the Matt Miller Press Box, your broadcast booth, and kind of got a old Miller Time segment in.
We did. That was a full-hour show that we just did.
High school football, got to talk some Division II football. It was a good time.
Our crew to finish this out is Spencer Dupuis down on the sideline, Donna Schaffner, our executive producer. Our main cameraman is Braden Schaffner, and back at the studio, it's Nick Verzolini. And again, don't call into the studio anymore. We already have the winners of our WVU tickets from our trivia that we
27 and 2
gave
and
out.
24.8.
Yep. So no more trivia, no more WVU tickets this game. Maybe another time. As both teams are finally back out on a very wet turf field in Martinsburg to get ready for the second half kickoff. And your second half kickoff is brought to you by On Talk Radio WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube. Mountaineer Grill and Pub, located at 214 Mid-Atlantic Parkway in Martinsburg.
Let's go drink some beers.
Terwilliger on to kick off. And he has the ball on his green tee at the far side hash, and it's a short end-over-end kick, fair caught at the 40-yard line for Morgantown, and making the fair catch was Andrew Fair. So it's a 1st and 10 for the Mohigans, and they'll say that the fair catch was made at the 38-yard line of Morgantown. 1st and 10 from there. Make it the 39-yard line. So we'll see how both teams are ready to go now after a lightning delay. It is 14-7 Martinsburg over Morgantown as Morgantown breaks the huddle. It's Bowers under center. Nutter behind him. He sends a man in motion, hands it off to Ulam. Actually, it's Nutter going up the middle. And Nutter with a big gain of 7 yards to bring up 2nd and 3. And on the first play of the second half, we have an injured Martinsburg Bulldog, and I
Looks
think
like
that's
E.J. Hendricks.
Hendricks down. Hopefully he'll be okay as he's grabbing his right knee. And that is a tough one. So we'll step aside now for 1 minute to allow him to be checked up on. It is 14-7 Martinsburg over Morgantown. We're back in 60 seconds on Talk Radio WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube.
Remember when you were a little kid and saw your first deer?
Oh, how cute.
As an adult, maybe you've had a different experience.
Where'd that come from?
Bambi mess up your dream machine? Call Cody's Auto Body today at 304-901-4777 and get the work done right the first time. Cody's Auto Body, 851 Wilston Street in Martinsburg, has a team of auto body professionals with a lifetime of experience putting your ride back together again, regardless of how it got that way. Cody's Auto Body.
Hi, I'm Annette McDonald, and I am the designer at Orsini's in Martinsburg, West Virginia. We welcome you into our store to show you a complete line of what we do here. We design your cabinetry, quartz countertops, granite countertops, hardware, anything for the full remodel of your kitchen and your home needs. We also do bathrooms, and we have flooring available too. We make sure that your project with Orsini's is the best in the market. Welcome to Orsini's.
Orsini's.com. Welcome back. The injured Martinsburg Bulldog is E.J. Hendricks, who has been helped off to the near sideline, and we hope he is okay, as it looks like he's favoring that right leg. But it is 2nd down and 4 for Morgantown with 11:40 to go in the third quarter. Bowers sends a man in motion, hands it off to Nutter, and Nutter lowers his shoulder, goes forward, and we'll see if that was enough for a first down. It looks like they're going to say he was about a yard short to bring up 3rd and 1 at the 48-yard line.
Yeah, and it looked like Nutter was bracing for a hit that wasn't really there yet. I don't know what he saw in his line of vision going straight forward, but he lowered his shoulder and kind of just fell forward with that being touched.
I don't know how much he saw, because when he lowered his shoulder, he also lowered his head, so he's looking at the ground.
Yep. And again, he keeps his head up and keeps his shoulders square. I think he's got that first down.
It's 3rd and 1. Morgantown huddled up at the 45-yard line, ball at the 48-yard line. The Mohigans break the huddle. One receiver to the near side, none on the far side, as a bunch formation Bowers sends a man in motion, and again will just try to hand it off. Up the middle goes Nutter. That looks like it will be enough for a first down as they have him at the 49-yard line. We'll have to see where they officially spot the ball at the 49-yard line, and we'll wait for an official measurement. And for those watching on WRNR TV on YouTube, we can maybe see if our cameraman can go out there along with this measurement to try to see just how close it could be, if Spencer could make his way out there or not. 10:47 to go. So we wait for the chain gain to bring it out, and it looks like it is just short by the nose of the football. And that'll bring up 4th and inches for Morgantown, who now has a decision to make.
Oh, I don't think it's a big.
It's not a big decision, but it's still a decision.
Yeah, you give the fullback dive to Nutter right up the middle. There's no reason that they shouldn't be able to get this first down. Unless you're Martinsburg. You got to dig down deep. You got to reestablish that line of scrimmage further back. But if you're Morgantown, there should be no other play right now than a fullback dive to Nutter.
And with Hendricks out, you're down a defensive lineman that's in your rotation as Morgantown will break the huddle. It's 3 guys lined up in a single file line behind Bowers, and Bowers will hand it off to Washington, and Washington gets the first down. The whistle blown, but Martinsburg came out with the ball, and it was buzzed over trying to run it back to the end zone. But they say that the play, due to forward progress, was stopped before Martinsburg got the ball, so it's first down Morgantown.
And he knew that as well as anybody. He dropped the football at the 15-yard line and was just hoping the referees weren't paying attention. But a 3-man backfield that time for Morgantown, and used Nutter as a fullback and a blocking back along with another back to have 2 blockers out in front, and got not much more than what they needed.
1st and 10, ball at the 49.5-yard line. Bowers in shotgun formation almost bobbles the snap, rolls out to his left looking to pass, and it's caught on the far sideline by Kier. It's an 11-yard gain as he dragged the toe. First down, Morgantown.
There's that comeback route to go about 14 yards, and the receiver just sits down towards the sideline. And they're now 3 for 3 on that tonight, including a touchdown.
They're in Bulldog territory. It's 1st and 10 at the 39-yard line of Martinsburg with under 10 to go in the third. Clock winding down. It's at 9:55. Morgantown breaks the huddle. Bowers will line up underneath his center, Stahara. Sends a man in motion. Hands it off to Nutter. Nutter immediately met as he gets the ball from Bowers. But he's able to churn his feet and pick up 2 yards to bring up 2nd and 8. That's the style that we expected from Morgantown tonight, especially with the rain. You just hand it off and try to ground and pound your way into the end zone, and right now it's working this first drive of the second half.
The rain that hasn't been an issue while play was actually in.
That's true.
First half it was clear. Yeah.
Halftime it downpoured with lightning for about an hour or so, and now when we start back up, it's gone. 2nd down and 8. Ball at the 37-yard line. Bowers hands it off on the jet sweep to the near side. Comes Ulam, and Ulam will be tackled by Herring for a loss of 3 on the play to bring up 3rd and 11 for Morgantown.
Yeah, not quite the speedster you want on the outside running that jet sweep, hoping for some really good blocking, and it just wasn't there. A good job by Martinsburg's defense to make sure they're keeping that containment on the offensive line and really giving the running back nowhere to go.
Morgantown will substitute out a fullback in for a wide receiver, so we'll have to see after they break the huddle what formation they go with on this 3rd down and 11. 8:20 to go in the third. It is Martinsburg 14, Morgantown 7. Morgantown breaks the huddle. 2 receivers to the far side, a tight end on the right side of the line to the near side. Bowers drops back to pass, rolls to his left, chucks it deep, has an open receiver at the 10, in and out of his hands, and incomplete to bring up 4th and 11 as the pass was intended for Jacob Kier.
And it was Dover on the coverage, and a great job. That ball was a little underthrown, but Dover was right there, about a step behind the receiver, and it was going to have to be a perfect pass, and again, just about a step behind the receiver.
4th and 12, ball at the 39-yard line of Martinsburg, and it looks like Morgantown is deciding to go for it. 8 minutes and 6 seconds in this third quarter. First drive of the second half after a lengthy lightning delay at Coburn Field. Morgantown breaks the huddle. 2 receivers to the far side. A tight end on the right side. Sends the man in motion from right to left is Bowers. Bowers drops back to pass, feels the pressure, rolls out of the pocket to the left side, and he's sacked. Flag thrown at the line of scrimmage, but in making the sack is Rashad Reed for Martinsburg. And we'll have to wait and see if the flag was against the Bulldogs or if it's a turnover on downs.
I can't imagine it being on the Bulldogs. I think it may be a hold or a illegal
It looked
block.
like there was somebody. I couldn't see who it was for Morgantown, but they were holding Herring.
Yep.
And it is a holding on number 55, Braylon Brown. But Martinsburg will take over. Pretty solid field position. It's a 1st and 10 at the 49-yard line of the Bulldogs, so it was a 10-yard sack by Rashad Reed.
And if you're Bowers, there's no reason to hold on to that football. I mean, if you get sacked, it's a turnover on downs where you get sacked. At least heave it.
But you also don't want to risk an interception. We have seen one already.
At that point, what's the harm? The interception is going to be unless
they return
it for a touchdown. But
Bajent gets the snap, looks to the near side, screen pass caught by Dover. Dover jukes past 2 tacklers, stiff arms a third before being wrapped up at the 44-yard line. So it's a gain of 5 to bring up 2nd and 5.
Good job.
And we have another injured player, this time for Morgantown at the original line of scrimmage, and it's linebacker number 9, Coma Neal, the injured Mohican.
This is what you get when
7:45 to go.
You sit for a while in the locker room. It is substantially colder.
Yes.
Than when they went into the locker room. So you're coming out and starting a new ball game, basically, and this is the risk you're going to take.
It is still Martinsburg 14, Morgantown 7 in the third quarter. And let's give you the third quarter sponsors for Talk Radio WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube, as we're presented by Kelly Allstate Insurance for all of your insurance needs. Call Gary Kelly at 304-263-4596 or stop by 724 Lakeview Drive in Martinsburg, as well as Ollie's VIP Northside, the best local spot to catch sports or hang out with friends. Stop by 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. Ollie's VIP will see you for the game, as that's Matt Crawford's old stopping grounds.
And even better idea, and I'm sure he would be more than happy. Talk to Gary Kelly about insurance at the VIP over a drink. I'm sure he would be really okay with that instead of the office.
It is 2nd down and 4. Ball at the 46-yard line for Martinsburg. Agent shotgun formation, trips to the far side, one receiver to the near side, gets the snap, hands it off to Grantham. Grantham goes up the middle, has the first down and more out across the 40. Tackled at Morgantown's 37-yard line, 1st down Bulldogs.
Nothing overly complex right there. Handoff right up the middle. Zone blocking by the offensive line. Got the job done. Point A to point B, moving the sticks.
Shotgun formation again. This time Grantham will be lined up on the right side of Agent, who still has 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near. Gets the snap from Kaufman. 1-step drop. Caught on the near side and bobbled and dropped eventually by Jameer Hunter. So the pass from Agent incomplete to bring up 2nd and 10.
Bobby Powell in coverage and doing a great job. He wrapped him up, and then that arm came in and punched the ball out. That is textbook coverage by a corner.
I believe that's the second time we've seen that from Jameer Hunter today as well, at least. 2nd and 10. Grantham to the right side of Bajan, who's in shotgun formation, so same formation as last play. He hands it off to Grantham. Grantham has space on the near side, gets a block from Hunter, spins off one tackler, and tackled just shy of the 25-yard line, so it's enough for another Bulldog 1st down. And I think you got to, if you haven't already, Matt, put Zion Grantham in the conversation of our Bodwell Insurance Solutions player of the game for how well he's done tonight.
I think he is right now at number 1 with nobody in a close second.
Bajent shotgun formation, trips to the far side, 1 receiver to the near side. 20 seconds to go on the play clock. Bajent sends a man in motion. Play action pass. He drops back the pass, looking deep for Hunter in the end zone. In and out of the hands and incomplete. He had Jameer Hunter. It might have been deflected, but that brings up 2nd and 10 at the 27.
And you can almost pinpoint back to when Jameer Hunter was left the game for a couple plays. You can tell he was banged up earlier in the game, and since then just hasn't been a sure hand.
And that was after the long punt return that he had in that first half that was eventually negated due to a penalty, but yeah.
Yeah, just hasn't been the sure hand. It hasn't been able to haul in the catches that you are used to him making right now.
2 receivers each side of Bajent. Gets the snap, looks to the far side, screen pass, caught by Dover. Dover trying to find some space. Jukes and gets tackled at the 20-yard line. Brings up a 3rd down and 3, and we have another injured player for Morgantown. With 6:39 to go in the 3rd quarter, it is Martinsburg 14, Morgantown 7. So let's step aside for a 30-second break back to the studio, Nick, and then we'll be back. You're tuned in to West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube.
Hi, Crescia Hornby here. Larry DeMarco, broker of Modern Realty Results, believes he has some of the best real estate agents in the Eastern Panhandle. Agents at Modern Realty Results have years of experience and knowledge of the local real estate market. Agents within the office work as a team to provide quality customer service. We strive to always ensure client satisfaction through handling every transaction with honesty and integrity, all while offering competitive rates. Modern Realty Results is veteran-owned and managed. Please call us at 262-4222, modernrealtyresults.com.
Welcome back to Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium as we have an injured Morgantown Mohegan down at the 20-yard line, far side of the field hash mark. And we just received word from our sideline reporter, Spencer Dupuis, that E.J. Hendricks for Martinsburg is out for the rest of the game after his injury earlier this quarter. So that is an unfortunate loss for Martinsburg, and we hope that EJ will be okay from his injuries. You can, for those of you tuned in on WRNR TV on YouTube, see underneath the orange tent at the 40-yard line. His shoulder pads are off, and he's sitting there. But it is a 3rd down and 4 for Martinsburg, up 14-7 over Morgantown. 3 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Bajent play action pass.
Oh, flag.
And we got a flag clearly. Either a hold or a pass interference on the quick slant for Jameer Hunter that fell incomplete. And Hunter, furious that he was unable to make the catch.
That was a touchdown-saving penalty. I think
Yes.
for Morgantown, that's one of those penalties where, all right, you fooled me once, but I'm not letting you get into the end zone. So that's a penalty that's got to be made to at least prolong and see if you can hold Martinsburg to a field goal.
And we just got from the white hat that it is a half a distance to the goal. Pass interference penalty that makes it a 1st down for Martinsburg at the 10-yard line. So 1st and goal. Bajent gets the snap. Halfback screen to the near side intended for Dover. And Dover, it looked like, was being held the entire time as well, but no flag thrown, as in making the stop was Andrew Fairs, who from up here it looked like was all over Dover, Matt.
It did, but he also was right in there to make the play.
True.
So the penalty flag could have very easily been thrown. I'm okay with it not being thrown, too.
2nd down, ball at the 10 for Martinsburg. 6:19 to go in the 3rd. 2 receivers to each side for Bajent. He sends one from right to left. It's a jet sweep to Clement. Clement goes up the middle, lowers his shoulder, goes into the end zone. Touchdown, Martinsburg. A 10-yard jet sweep with 6:12 to go. Murphy Clement makes it 20-7 Bulldogs over the Mohigans.
Now that was a Clement gets to the 3-yard line and goes, we ain't running another play. There's an extra point coming after this play. Lowers his shoulder, runs through one of the Mohigans in the white helmet, and gets into the end zone.
His first touchdown of the night. It's Brett Terwilliger on to attempt the PAT for the Bulldogs, as we had to wait for a Bulldog to get in on the line. Low snap, bobbled, and the kick is blocked. So the score will remain with 6:12 to go in the 3rd, 20-7. Martinsburg on top of Morgantown, and will keep it here as the rain is back, but no lightning from what we've seen, and hopefully it stays that way so we don't have another lightning delay. But with that lightning delay we did have, we're pretty solid on our commercial break, so we can keep it here and hopefully keep it rolling down on the field.
Sure, you needed a couple of those commercial breaks during political season in the last month or so.
Yeah, if we had a lightning delay then, we could have probably been fine with how many political ads we had. Maybe not had to extend the pregame show, but that was fine as well, as we thank all of our sponsors and encourage those that might be interested in sponsoring any athletic event or just our station in general to do so.
That was a heck of a plug there, bud.
Please and thank you.
I mean,
those are the magic words.
Just fantastic. Just sprinkle it on there.
Sarcasm in there.
No, not at all.
Terwilliger on to kick off for the Bulldogs. And he has the ball lined up on the right hash mark. 40-yard line as he traces his steps back.
This one is not going deep.
It's a short end-over-end kick. Fair caught at the 39-yard line. Yet again, making the fair catch was Andrew Fairs. And just like the start of this second half, he gets a 1st and 10 for Morgantown at the 39-yard line, just like the first time. It's deja vu.
It's deja vu all over again. Bring the Yogi Bearisms on.
Bowers looking to the far side for the play call before he will walk his way into the huddle of the Morgantown Mohigans, who now trail Martinsburg 20-7 with 6 minutes and 12 seconds to go in the third quarter. Morgantown breaks the huddle. It's Bowers under center. Nutter, lined up behind him. Sends Washington in motion on the jet sweep and hands it off to Washington, who is met by Xerxes Yancey. Yancey will get some help for Jimmy Harden to get the tackle as well. It's a loss of 2 to bring up 2nd and 12.
And those jet sweeps are not working in the second half for Morgantown. Martinsburg made a fantastic defensive adjustment in the extended halftime break and now has an answer for those jet sweeps.
They've been able to set that edge so far in the first 6 minutes and 20 seconds of this third quarter as Morgantown breaks the huddle. It's, again, 2nd down and 12. Ball at the 37-yard line of Morgantown. Bowers in shotgun formation. 2 receivers to the far side. Sends a man in motion. Drops back the pass. Looking down the middle of the field. Chucks it deep over the outstretched hands of Keir. And incomplete as Keir, again, seemed like just had half a step against Dover. But Bowers overthrew him.
Yeah, Bowers shown he doesn't quite have the touch on that deep ball. Got a good arm, but just doesn't quite have the touch on that long ball.
That one went from 130 to the other 30. But it's now 3rd down and 12. Bowers looks to that far side around the, in between the 30 and the 25-yard line is where the coaches calling in the plays are at, sending it into Maddox Bowers as Bowers goes into the huddle, gives his teammates the call. Nutter lined up to his left. Bowers is in shotgun formation, gets the snap, rolls out to his left, chucks it deep towards the far sideline again for Keir, and Keir falls, touches it with his hand, but it's incomplete to bring up a 4th down and 12 with 5:16 to go in the third. Martinsburg's up 28-7. The punt unit will come out for Morgantown for the first time this second half.
And the Mohegan bench wanting a flag on that. That ball not going to be caught. And really, I think the only stumbling that happened was the receiver trying to do anything he could to get a hand on it and keep it alive.
But at the same time, you got to remember that there's no such thing as an uncatchable pass in high school. I know you're aware, but there might be some tuned in that aren't aware of that. That could be saying, well, the flag wasn't thrown because of that. That's not true. Back to punt is Aiden Steyer. Back to return for Martinsburg is Hunter. Steyer kicks it end over end, caught by Hunter just shy of the 35-yard line. He's going to run forward, breaks through a tackle out across the 50 at the 40 on the near side. 30, tries to go through one tackle, and he's dragged down by his horse collar at the 20-yard line. And that's going to easily draw a flag as he gets up to his feet.
And it wasn't the horse collar, Colin, it was the back of the helmet.
Ooh.
Yeah, got underneath the back of that.
I just saw the jersey being tugged. That's why I thought it was a horse collar. But
yeah, the nameplate on the back of that helmet.
It was Coma Neal with a clear and obvious flag. And
yes, that should be a face mask, not a horse collar.
Some sort of personal foul as the ball at the 21-yard line.
Yep.
And it's a face mask to put Martinsburg inside the red zone, and 5:01 to go in the third, already up 20-7. This really helps Martinsburg out. And as you said in our elongated halftime show, you wouldn't be surprised if within this third quarter Martinsburg was up by a few scores, and now they have the chance to do so.
Well, and you can see that Morgantown's not playing on their heels. They no longer are establishing that line. They're playing, they're backpedaling. They're not getting a whole lot of time on the sideline.
And after the last drive, Clement getting the touchdown, he's now in at quarterback. Direct snap to him. He sprints his way out to the near side, lowers his shoulder again, trying to get towards the pylon, but steps out of bounds at the 3-yard line to bring up 2nd and goal. And I mentioned during the sports mix today that Martinsburg, with this weather, really needed to rely on Murphy Clement and have a huge game for him. And right now in the second half, he's done so. Already has 1 touchdown, trying to get his second. Snap to him. He's going to run up the middle and drilled. Just lowering the boom and spinning around Clement, who did pick up about a yard, was Hank Marlin.
Haven't called his name yet this half.
But he made his presence known on that one. It's now 3rd down, 4.5 to go in the third. Ball at the 3-yard line. It's Clement in at quarterback. He has Grantham in the backfield with him. At the H-back on the right side is Cam Shallis. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side for Clement. Clement gets the snap from Kaufman. Going to follow his blockers and into the end zone. Touchdown, Martinsburg.
He followed his blockers, went around his...
14 to go. It's now 26-7 Bulldogs over Morgantown in the third quarter. The second touchdown of the evening for Murphy Clement.
Yeah, followed his blockers, went around his blockers, was his own blocker there at the end. Murphy Clement running with a purpose here in this third quarter.
Now he's in the conversation for that player of the game, as it looks like Martinsburg being up 26-7 after the blocked extra point. The last touchdown will go for 2 this time. And it is Clement out, Bagent in at quarterback. Ball at the 3-yard line. He sends Pearson in motion from left to right. Bagent gets the snap, rolls out to his right, looks in the middle of the end zone, and it's caught for the 2-point conversion to make it 28-7 by Buzz Dover.
Boy, that was a let me roll to the right. All right, is anybody even close to open? And let me just toss it somewhere.
Well,
successful 2-point
he
conversion.
found a guy 3 yards in front of him, staring him down. And that now makes it a 21-point lead for the Bulldogs at home in this 3 versus 14 matchup. So we're still in the third quarter with 4:14 to go due to the lightning delay. And let's keep it here and see if we can get some scores pulled up from around the state in Class AAA, as we do have one final score. Number 2 Huntington gets the win over number 15 Woodrow Wilson, 62-22. Hurricane got the 56-13 win over University, and George Washington was able to get a 31-28 win over number 12 Princeton. So there you go. Those are your AAA final scores. The only one now going on in Class AAA. And I don't know if it's the only one going on around the state, as I didn't get a chance to look at AA and Single A, but I would not be surprised. It's the one that we have right now between Martinsburg and Morgantown. Terwilliger kicks it high end over end, and again, fair caught on the near side. This time, instead of at the 29-yard line, or the 39-yard line, this one was at the 26-yard line. Fair caught by Jacob Keir to make it 1st and 10 Morgantown. Morgantown really needs to find some offense if they want to get back into this one, trailing 28-7, Matt.
This really feels like an interception drive for the Bulldogs. I mean, they have every ounce of momentum right now. They have an interception on the day, but it just seems like that would be, I know we're still over a quarter left to play, that would just kind of be the exclamation point, the dagger.
Bowers sends a man in motion, jet sweep to the far side, trying to get some trickery, and it's a huge gain out across the 40. Goes Bobby Powell for a first down, Mohigans, as he was tackled at the 40-yard line, so a 14-yard gain to start off the drive.
Well, about the opposite of an interception right there.
They faked one handoff to Washington and then faked another handoff to Nutter, who was charging up the middle, and they had Powell from right to left on the jet sweep. 20 seconds to go on the play clock, 3:53 to go in the game clock in this third quarter. Morgantown breaks the huddle. One receiver to the near side. Tight ends to each side of the line for Bowers, and it's another jet sweep to Bobby Powell, this time from left to right, and Powell is going to be wrapped up and brought down by Cam Chalice for a 2-yard gain at the 42-yard line. Now is Morgantown for a 2nd and 8.
Ran about 20 yards to gain 2.
Rain continues to come down here in Martinsburg. Powell gets the play call, will now walk his way into the huddle, and being down 28-7, you'd expect maybe a little more urgency even though it's in the third quarter, but we have not really seen much, as still dominating the time of possession is Morgantown. Bauer sends a man in motion, dropping back to pass, and a flag thrown for a false start.
And there was a couple hundred referees in the stands right there too.
And in the press box.
Yeah.
Not going to name any names.
Miss Donna.
Our executive producer. Doing a great job, zoomed in on the camera, saying, yep, it was that guy right there. I saw him. 5-yard penalty will make it a 2nd down and 13 at the 37-yard line for Morgantown. Mohigans break the huddle. It's Powers underneath his center, Eli Stahara. And he hands it off to Washington. Washington stiff-arm Chalice, but then is hit by Sarad Musgrove. And a pickup of about a yard will bring up 3rd down at the 38.
And Musgrove asserted his dominance right there. He made sure to let the running back know who hit him.
And it's nice to see Sarad Musgrove out on the field again, as he was injured earlier this year, just came back last week against Bishop Ireton, and is now back out here today for this first round of the playoffs. Morgantown breaks the huddle. It's 3rd down. Ball at the 38-yard line, so they have 12 to go. Bowers will send Powell in for almost intercepted by Buzz Dover. Pass intended for Bobby Powell, who at first looked like it was going to be another jet sweep, Matt, but instead they tried to go underneath to him, and disaster was waiting to strike for Martinsburg.
And I think Bobby Powell realized that throw was going to be off target. He almost acted more as an offender.
Dover won his 2nd interception.
Yeah.
But instead it brings up 4th and 12. And again, Morgantown will have to punt, as Aiden Steyer will make his way back out onto the field with Jameer Hunter back to return for the Bulldogs. Steyer waits for the snap. And it's a low end-over-end line drive kick that bounces at the 35, will roll to the 25 before Fairs downs it to make it a 1st and 10 Bulldogs with 1:55 to go in the third.
I'm not real sure why Fairs touched that.
And that
sucker
actually
had some steam.
Was not Jameer Hunter back to return. I apologize. It was Ken Von Williams, number 30, out there, as I just saw him swap places with Hunter. And you could tell, because Williams was not happy that he didn't get to return it in one of his chances to do so.
I did think it was a bit odd Jameer Hunter didn't try to pick that one up.
Yeah. That kind of gave me the signal it wasn't him too, Matt. 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. High snap. Bajent has to jump up and snag it out of the air, and he'll hand it off to Xavion Kendall. And Kendall will lose 2 yards on the play to bring up 2nd down and 12. With 1:30 to go in this third quarter. It is Martinsburg 28, Morgantown 7. Martinsburg waiting for the play call on the near side. Bajent, shotgun formation as Kendall to his left. 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Bajent drops back, steps up in the pocket to pass to the near side. Intended for Hunter and incomplete. And Hunter again getting a pass interference drawn against Bobby Powell.
You tell Jameer Hunter's getting frustrated. He just wants to catch one and run with it.
Yeah.
Had some ball security issues today, hauling it in. while he will appreciate the 15 yards, I think really wants one that he can get and run with.
Yeah, 15-yard penalty instead of a 64-yard touchdown.
Yeah.
So that'll make it a first down for Martinsburg. Ball spotted at the 38-yard line of the Bulldogs with 1:16 to go in the third. Bajent in shotgun formation. He has trips to the far side, one receiver to the near side. Bajent gets the snap from Kaufman. It's a screen pass that's deflected and intercepted by Morgantown, and then they lose the ball. Let's say they do say that it was an interception first. Wasn't sure if they had full possession of it, but it was the Coma Neal in with the interception and then his own fumble recovery.
And the ref's talking about it real quick. I'm with you, Colin.
I don't know if he ever had it.
The refs are going to give it to him, and the Mohigans catch a break.
1:10 to go in the third. It's now 1st and 10 Morgantown at the 20-yard line of Martinsburg.
Really about the only thing that's gone right for Morgantown in the second half.
Morgantown breaks the huddle. It's Bowers and Nutter in I formation. Bowers sends a man in motion, but will hand it off to Nutter, who goes nowhere trying to go up the middle, but Cam Chalice was there waiting for him. Got about half a yard to bring up 2nd down and 9. Under a minute to go in this third quarter. It's still Martinsburg 28, Morgantown 7. It's the wind picking up alongside the rain in Martinsburg. Bowers gets into his huddle for Morgantown. They now break the huddle. He has 2 receivers to the far side of the field. A tight end, or an H-back, and Nutter to the left side of him in shotgun formation is Bowers. Bowers gets the snap, rolls out to his left as a man. Might have been deflected, but we have a flag thrown on, again, that comeback route, Matt, on the far side.
And if that ball was deflected, that ball definitely came, or the penalty
it
came
looks
after.
like an awkward throw intended for Kier. And we'll see if they pick up the flag, because even though it's tough for me to tell, I thought it got deflected. You could see the trajectory of the ball was changed just a little bit.
And once the ball's deflected, it's a free-for-all.
I thought Jazeer Spruce might have got a fingertip on it, but instead it's a pass interference against the Bulldogs. And with 21.8 seconds left in the third, it is now 1st down and goal for Morgantown at the 10-yard line. Morgantown huddled up, breaks the huddle. It's Bowers underneath his center. Sends a man in motion. Will hand it off. Going up the middle is Yolam. Yolam will lower his shoulder before being pushed back by Yancey as well as Fagan. It is a gain of 3 to bring up 2nd and goal at the 7.
And let's flip sides of the field.
That is the end of the third quarter. It is Martinsburg 28, Morgantown 7. We'll be back in 60 seconds. This is Talk Radio WRNR Martinsburg and WRNR TV on YouTube.
I'm Jonathan Bodwell, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare and life insurance agency. We are here to help you navigate the Medicare maze. We represent all of the major carriers, and you do not pay any more to go through us than if you go directly through a carrier. But if you go through us, you have a local professional to help you with all your Medicare needs, not a voice that could be in some other part of the world. Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare agency. BodwellInsuranceSolutions.com or 304-283-0864.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be this football season. Join us Fridays for Martinsburg Bulldog games, Saturdays for Shepherd Rams and WVU games, and every Monday, Thursday, and Sunday nights for the NFL primetime games. We still have steak night every Wednesday, shrimp nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. So come on in and enjoy the Palace Lounge. We're located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
Welcome back to Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium as we have finally made it into the fourth quarter between Martinsburg and Morgantown. It is Martinsburg.
10:30. What do you mean finally?
28-7. As I am very very thankful, as well as the rest of our crew probably is, that Shepherd's game tomorrow is a 3 p.m. kickoff instead of a noon kickoff to give everybody a little bit more sleep.
That's what makes the job so great.
Primetime PSAC championship tomorrow.
Imagine doing this and then getting up tomorrow at 4 in the morning to drive to Erie. It's a fun time.
Second down for Morgantown. Ball at the 7-yard line. Bowers will hand it off to Washington, who goes up the middle and tackled just shy of the end zone at the 3-yard line to bring up a 3rd and goal, as Washington was trying his best to keep his feet churning but just got tripped up. So it's a 3rd down and goal. It looks like they say he was actually stopped at the 4-yard line, if I'm correct. Nope, the 3-yard line on that far side. I formation for Morgantown. Bowers hands it off to Washington, and Washington at the half-yard line is stopped going up the middle. So it's now 4th down for Morgantown, and just a few inches away from the end zone. And Martinsburg will now bring out the big boys to try to make this goal line stop. It's Wes Hancock just entered. He's out there alongside Reed, Yancey, and a few others. I formation, Bowers hands it off. Washington tries to jump into the end zone.
Oh!
And they give it to him. Touchdown, Morgantown. 10:48 to go in the 4th quarter. It is now Martinsburg 28, Morgantown 13.
There was a few uniforms down there, but I really thought he was about a half-yard short.
You never know where that nose of the football was. But on the attempt, the extra point is Aiden Steyer. And his kick is up and good to make it a 2-score game at 28-14 with 10:48 to go. Let's give you our 4th quarter sponsors and keep it here. So your 4th quarter is brought to you by Sutton and Janelle, attorney at law, a full-service law firm helping individuals, families, and businesses with all of their legal needs. They're at 224 West King Street in Martinsburg. Visit suttonandjanelle.com, as well as Chris Ross in the Milestone Real Estate Group. Buying or selling a home, call 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. When it rains, it pours. And it's definitely pouring here in Martinsburg, West Virginia, as the first half, it was dry. But then halftime came around, and so did the lightning. Almost an hour-long, probably, lightning delay held up this one. And we're now in the 4th quarter with 10:48 to go. Martinsburg, the 3 seed, leads the 14 seed Morgantown 28-14. And it is Morgantown's number 80 out the kickoff. So they still are in the huddle, and they'll quickly break the huddle. So it's Landon Bradley to kick off, and it's onside kick. That is almost caught by Grantham, but he never touched it. It goes out of bounds, and they throw a flag, but I think they are saying Grantham touched it, so the flag might be picked up. And I think it is. So it is 1st and 10, Martinsburg, at the 47-yard line of the Bulldogs, and I think that's the right call.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely pinballing around. Hit at least one Bulldog.
And I thought it was Grantham. So no penalty, but Martinsburg has the ball in great field position after the unsuccessful onside kick from Morgantown. I believe it's Clement out at quarterback. Snap to Clement, fakes the toss to Grantham. He's going to go up the middle, dragged down by his jersey, and it's a 1st down, as in making the tackle was number 55, Braylon Brown. And
now they're going to say he's about a yard short. Yard to 2 yards short.
It was still a touchdown-saving tackle.
It was, no doubt
he had green turf ahead of him for what could have potentially been the 3rd touchdown of the day for Murphy Clement. Now Martinsburg wants to have a word with the officials as Coach Sherman at the 50-yard line trying to point out something on the Morgantown side. Not really sure what it is since we're up here, but we're ready to go as it's 2nd down and 2 as the ball at the 44-yard line. Clement, 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Gets the snap. He's going to run up the middle. Has some space, tries to cut to the near side, but runs into one of his teammates before going down, and he just ran right into the back of Jameer Hunter, and I think that might have actually shook up Murphy a little bit as he immediately comes to the sideline asking for some water and kind of limping a little bit as well at the same time.
Picks a side there, he's gone.
Yes.
Unfortunately, just a little indecisive, running into the back of his blocker.
And now Bajent back in at quarterback. He has 2 receivers far side. Running back next to him, and it's Kendall. Bajent hands it off to Kendall. Kendall pick up maybe half a yard. I think they're saying he actually just got back to the original line of scrimmage to bring up 2nd and 10 at the 34-yard line of Morgantown. It's 28-14, Bulldogs on top of the Mohigans with 9:25 to go in the 4th. Bajent looks to the near sideline for the play call. He has 1 receiver to the near side, 2 to the far side. Cam Shallis in at H-back on the left side of the line, and now in at running back is Zion Grantham to the left. He now sends Shallis to the right side of the line. Bajent gets the snap, hands it off to Grantham. Grantham bounces off Shallis and is now picked up by Washington and almost slammed down, but Washington had some help to kind of just lower his way down onto the turf.
Stopped abruptly.
I like that. Gain of 3 will bring up 3rd down. Ball at the 31-yard line. So 6 to go. And Murphy Clement back in at quarterback. Clement sets, and they get Morgantown to jump off sides on that line, and that'll surely help out Martinsburg. 8:34 to go in the 4th, and what was a 3rd and 6 should now be a 3rd and 1 for the Bulldogs. So we wait for the flag to be picked up and for the ball to be marked off. And are they calling it a false start?
Nope.
No, okay. He was walking backwards, but it was just so that he could be more presented to the fans on the field as the flag is against Morgantown. So it's a 3rd and 1, ball at the 25-yard line. Clement and Shallis to the right side, gets the snap from Kaufman. And Clement will pick up the 1st down out across the 20 on the near side before being tackled at the 19-yard line. And with 8:18 to go in the 4th, it is 1st down, Martinsburg. 28-14, the Bulldogs in the lead over Morgantown. The clock will start rolling after ball is spotted at that 19-yard line. So we had to wait for the chains to move for the 1st and 10. Clement with Grantham to his left has 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. High snap, he's able to recover it. Faked the handoff to Grantham, chose to keep it himself, and he's sacked for a loss.
Best thing you can do right there. A play that is going nowhere. Make sure you don't turn it over. Just grab it, secure it, fall on it.
It was Hank Marlin in with the sack. Getting some help from Matt Lindsay as well. A loss of 3 will bring up 2nd down and 13. And Clement, after being sacked, will now head off the field, and Ezra Bajent will come back in at quarterback. Bajent has 2 receivers to the left side of the formation, 1 to the right. Gets the snap, and he's going to keep it himself and run up the middle. Jukes past 1 tackler, tries to spin past another, and is dragged down by his jersey. And what a read option by Ezra Bajent, taking a play out of Clement's book.
Yeah, it looked like the first designed run for Ezra Bajent tonight. We've seen him scramble a bit, but that looked like the first time that was actually a
I believe that's the 3rd time we've seen him run this evening, as it's 3rd down and 4 now for Martinsburg with 6:50 to go in the 4th. Bajent shotgun formation, tries to get Morgantown to jump off sides, and now gets the play call from the near side. He has 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Chalice in at tight end on the left side of the line. Bajent gets the snap. It's another design quarterback run for Bajent up the middle, and he's going to be stopped immediately again by number 42, Hank Marlin, for it might have been another sack. I don't know if they said he lost the yard.
I don't think
he
got back to the line of scrimmage. I think that's going to go down as a sack in the stat book.
It is 4th down and 4. Clement back out on the field for Martinsburg. Keeps the offense out, looking to go for it. 18 seconds to go. Clock winding down on the play clock. 6 minutes to go on the game clock. Clement sends Grantham to his right side. Sets, gets the snap from Bass. Clement tries to go up the middle, has no space, bounces to the near side, and walks his way into the end zone. Touchdown, Martinsburg. 5:50 to go. It's now 34-14 Bulldogs on top of the Mohigans, and it's Clement's 3rd touchdown of the night.
And after as much as he's gotten beat up tonight, you'd like to see him just run through the back of the end zone right there, not try to throw the brakes on right at the goal line, maybe take another hit, but a great run as he bounces it outside. And what a second half for Clement.
Now Terwilliger will be on to attempt the extra point. He lines up with Pearson to hold. Low snap, kick is up. And it is good. So with 5:50 to go in the 4th, it is now 35-14. Martinsburg back up by 3 scores, and most likely that should do it for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, this is not the type of offense from Morgantown that's going to be able to score in bunches. Under 6 left. I think this is all but icing on the cake right now, and Martinsburg's going to advance, even though I'm sure, and we'll hear this after the game, that they did not play their best football game here tonight.
And I think many people would agree, but a win is a win no matter what. You got to wait. Craziness could ensue in the final 5:50, but Martinsburg has really changed the momentum and dominated this second half, as they're now up 35-14, as it was 14-7 at the half. And winner of this one, which right now looks like Martinsburg, would play the winner of tomorrow's game between Bridgeport and Cabell Midland. Terwilliger to kick off for Martinsburg as he spots the ball on that green kicking tee. He has it lined up on the near hash mark on the left side of the field. And right now he's actually facing towards the near sideline, which is the side of the field for this formation that only has 4 Bulldogs. There's 6 to the far side. As he now traces his steps, he is looking to that far side. And it's a short end-over-end kick towards the far sideline. Fair caught by Morgantown. And making the fair catch was Jacob Keir, so it's a 1st and 10 for the Mohigans at the 34-yard line of Morgantown. The ball being exchanged now for a Morgantown one after the kickoff. 5:50 to go in the 4th. Morgantown huddles up and breaks the huddle. That is Bowers at quarterback. Now going over to the far side to whisper to Keir. He has 2 receivers to the near side, sends Keir in motion from right to left, and now will roll out looking deep. Has an open receiver, and it's caught on the near sideline by Fairs, and Fairs down the near sideline will finally be tackled at the 10-yard line by Roman Pearson, but it's a 1st and goal for Morgantown.
Talk about a gap in the coverage. Just went right up this near sideline. Safety late coming over, and just a wide open catch and run for Fairs.
They say that he went down right at that 10-yard line, so a touchdown saving tackle for Pearson, but it's 1st and goal now with 5:40 to go in the 4th for the Mohigans. Mohigans in the huddle. Bowers giving out the orders. They break the huddle with 15 seconds to go on the play clock. 1 receiver to the far side's Fairs. No other receivers in the formation. Bowers, jet sweep to Powell. Powell from left to right has space, goes up the middle, and will be stopped at the
3-yard line, make it the 4-yard line, but it's a 6-yard gain to bring up 2nd and goal.
Making a couple of Bulldogs miss right there.
Yes.
One about 3 yards in the backfield.
That was probably the best jet sweep they've had tonight.
Definitely in the second half.
Yes. Brings up 2nd down, ball at the 4-yard line, 4:55 to go in the 4th. Morgantown still going with the huddle. Break the huddle, it's Bowers. I formation with Nutter behind him. He'll hand it off to Washington, though, who was behind Nutter. And Nutter's going to try to push Washington forward. And they say that the forward progress was stopped at the 1-yard line. That'll bring up a 3rd and goal. With 4:25 to go, it's 3rd down for Morgantown, who's trying to stay alive in this one. They get the play call, break the huddle, one receiver to the near side, Bowers under center, and he's going to try to go for the quarterback sneak.
Nope.
Grabbing him from behind's Yancey and trying to pull him back, and they're going to say he was stopped shy, so it's another 4th and goal for Morgantown, who last time was able to just barely punch it in with Washington.
Yeah, by the nose of the football. Didn't make it by much.
Another 4th and goal, but this time instead of at the half-yard line, it's still at the 3-yard line, or excuse me, is it the 2 or the 1? What do you think, Matt?
The 1-yard line. Yeah, far side hash, 1-yard line.
Bowers runs into the huddle. 9 seconds to go in the play clock and winding down as they just break the huddle with 5 seconds left. And it's the Maryland I formation. 1 second to go. The snap just gets off. Nope, but Washington stopped. Turnover on downs. Martinsburg gets the ball back with 3:18 to go. It remains 35-14.
Very nice defensive stop for the Dogs there to end it. Obviously, Morgantown may get the football back, but they needed a touchdown there to keep their hopes alive. Still a 3-score game, 3:18 left, and Martinsburg's a few first downs away from wrapping this up and earning a trip to the second round next weekend.
1st and 10 now for Martinsburg. Ball at the 2-yard line. It's Clement in at quarterback, standing in his own end zone in shotgun formation with Grantham to his right. 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Clement gets the snap, tries to find space, and is tripped up by Marlin, but he's able to make his way out across the 5 at the 6-yard line to bring up 2nd and 6.
And assuming they can keep getting 4 or 5 yards a pop, they should only have to run about 5 more plays.
2nd down, under 3 minutes to go in the 4th. Martinsburg up 3 touchdowns. It's Clement, again shotgun formation, gets the snap, dropping back, looking to pass to the near side. It's caught by Dover on the screen, and he tries to slip through tackles, stumbles his way forward just shy of the 15 at the 14-yard line. And we'll see if that's a first down. It is. First down, Bulldogs. We now will have a few substitutes coming in and out. Now it looks like Bajent will be back in at quarterback. Grantham still in at running back. Blackwood will go out to receiver alongside Pearson, Hunter, I believe Dover still on that far side. Bajent shotgun formation. Will hand it off. Grantham tries to go up the middle, has no hole, so he bounces it to the far side. Will pick up 5 yards, just shy of the 20-yard line at the 19. That'll bring up 2nd down with 2:10 to go in the 4th. Martinsburg taking its time, trying to drain the clock to get this win.
Clock now sits under 2, 1:55 and counting.
3 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Bajent gets the play call. It's Grantham in the backfield alongside of him. Grantham lined up to the left side of Bajent. 5 seconds to go on the play clock. The snap. Bajent hands it off and immediately met is Marlin and Grantham clashing for a loss on the play. It's a loss of 3 to bring up 3rd down and 9. And what a hit from Marlin.
Hey, season's over and high school career's over for Marlin, so he's trying to To make sure people remember him the last time he plays a high school
That's not
football
true. He's
game.
a junior.
I thought he was a senior.
Nope. Looking down here, he's a junior.
Well, he's trying to get a head start on next year.
1 minute to go in the fourth quarter. 3rd down and 9. Bajent dropping back the pass, steps up in the pocket, and he's hit from behind, but has a wide open receiver on the far side. It's Hunter at the 40, 30, cutting towards the middle of the field and into the end zone. Touchdown, Martinsburg, with 46 seconds to go. It's now 41-14, and beautiful pass that almost looked like it was going to be stripped from behind from Bajent, but he finds the open receiver.
84-yard touchdown pass, and for Jameer Hunter, that has to feel so good. After having some balls that he should have brought in the second half, being a little banged up as you could tell in the first half, that's got to be
he was
a great
clearly due.
Yeah, he was due. That's got to be great motivation going into practice this week and looking ahead to the game next week.
Terwilliger on to attempt the extra point. Pearson on to hold. Terwilliger will take his steps. It is 41-14 Martinsburg. Snap back to Pearson. Puts the hold down. The extra point is up and good from Terwilliger to make it 42-14 to put a bow on things in Martinsburg, West Virginia, as the Bulldogs will advance to round number 2, and awaiting them will be either Bridgeport or Cabell Midland, the 6 versus 11. We'll have that game for you, so tune in to the Sports Mix or check social media this weekend after that Cabell Midland game against Bridgeport so that you know when that game is played next week. Could be Friday, could be Saturday, could be Thursday.
You never can tell.
You never know.
And it could be Saturday afternoon, could be Saturday evening.
Both teams make their way back out onto the field. 46 seconds to go in the fourth. It's Terwilliger to kick off to Morgantown. Back to return for the Mohigans is Bobby Powell. He's lined up at the 14-yard line, but everybody else basically in hands formation, expecting another short kick from Terwilliger. But Terwilliger taking a lot of steps back, so most likely going to just kick it deep as he runs forward and will kick this one deep, high end over end kick over the head of Powell and bouncing at the 1-yard line before going out of the back of the end zone for the touchback. So it'll be a 1st down and 10 at the 20-yard line for Morgantown, and we'll just see a few plays before this one's all said and done.
Should be 2, assuming Morgantown's going to run the football.
I don't know, we did see a big pass.
We did.
To Ferris. It is 42-14 Martinsburg. It's been able to put up 4 touchdowns in half number 2 as they led 14-7 at the half. Morgantown huddled up at the 15-yard line, will break the huddle. It's Bowers in shotgun formation, 2 receivers to the near side. He has Nutter to his left, tight end to the right side of the line. Bowers will hand it off to Nutter. Nutter will be tackled by Yancey on the right side of the line for a gain of 1 to bring up 2nd and 9.
And Morgantown does not have to run another play if they do not want to.
And with the rain coming down, I don't think they should. Everybody wants to get dry, and I just heard a fan say the same thing. End it. We want to get dry. We're dry.
Not going to be a fun ride back across the mountain to Morgantown tonight.
Morgantown, looks like they might run one more play. 15 seconds to go in the game. It's Bowers under center. Nutter behind him. He sends Washington in motion. Will hand it off to Nutter. Nutter goes up the middle before being pushed back by 3 Bulldogs. It's a gain of 3, but that is the final play of the game, and your final score, Martinsburg 42, Morgantown 14. So your Bulldogs continue the quest for the 10th state championship in program history with the win, awaiting Bridgeport and Cabell Midland's game tomorrow afternoon. Let's now step aside for a 3-minute break, and then we'll be back for the Palace Lounge post-game show on Talk Radio WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube.
Able to retire. How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Marius Group. a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
What came first, the chicken or the egg? No matter what you think, you can have it either way. Rock's new bagel croissant and chicken waffle breakfast sandwiches are made fresh every morning. Rock's local market.
Rise and shine. You're gonna be late for work. Good morning, sleepyhead. Have a good one.
Rock's new bagel croissant and chicken waffle breakfast sandwiches are made fresh every morning. Rock's local market.
Happiness grows here. Orr's Farm Market.
Visit us at Orr's Farm Market, just 5 miles west of Martinsburg, to pick up all your local fresh fruits and vegetables. With our in-house bakery, fresh fruit slushies, and apple cider donuts, you can't go wrong. Live bluegrass every Saturday from 12 to 5 p.m. And check out all that's local and delicious at Orr's by going to orrsfarmmarket.com or visit our Facebook page.
Happiness grows here. Orr's Farm Market.
At the Berkeley County Health Department, our motto is Prevent, Promote, Protect. Since 1935, our mission has been to provide clinical and environmental services to protect the health of the general public. We're committed to building public health in our community by offering a wide range of services, including blood pressure screening, breast and cervical screening, family planning, counseling, lab testing, and more. We perform health inspections to make sure the restaurants you visit are clean, and we prepare and coordinate plans to respond to all hazards. The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court, Martinsburg.
Before the invitations and the dress, the flowers, cake, candles, or vows, there was an answer to a question proposed with a ring.
Bechtel Jewelers knows that an important part of your wedding happens before the I-dos. We're a diamond store with an engagement and bridal jewelry selection that's both exciting and accessible.
On the big day, there's everything else, and there's the ring. Make sure you get this one right at Bechtel Jewelers in Inwood.
Welcome back to Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium to the Palace Lounge postgame show, brought to you by the Palace Lounge on Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg, with a full lunch and dinner menu with daily specials and a clean, comfortable atmosphere. Check out their menu on the Palace Lounge Facebook page. Final score, 42-14 Martinsburg over Morgantown. And let's now send it down to Spencer Dupuy, who's alongside head coach Britt Sherman. But before we officially do, Britt Sherman's going to go shake hands with the head coach of the Morgantown Mohigans and Sean Beiser. So some great sportsmanship, but Spencer, take it away.
Down with Coach Sherman, a big win for you guys in the first round. Now you're 1-0 to start the playoffs this year. Obviously the tight, that's what you just told your team, but you lose one guy in particular. Looking over there right now, just kind of seeing that, and obviously you get the big win, but it's hard to see a guy go down.
And we don't speculate what's going on with that. Hopefully, it'll just be a sprain or something and be back. But we don't want anybody to go down. I mean, these guys work really hard in off-season stuff, so you want them to play as many times as you can. But we played without a lot of them this year, unfortunately. So we just want to have guys. Morgantown's a good football team. Coach Beiser's done a really good job with them. They're physical. So I mean, it was one of those days. We played sloppy at times. But it didn't rain near as hard, and all that stuff is what everybody forecasted. So it was a good win. It was good to get it over with. I mean, now 11 o'clock at night, half the people probably aren't even up still watching this because it ended so late because of the delay. But I'm just proud of our guys and muscling through it, getting through it, and looking to see who wins tomorrow.
And muscling through is just exactly what happened. A long lightning delay there, but you guys were able to come out and play a really solid second half.
Yeah, I mean, like I told the guys, I said we were beating ourselves. So stop dropping the football, stop throwing it to the other team, all that stuff, and we'll be fine. And that's what we did, and did a lot better.
All right, Coach, thanks for the time. Go enjoy the win and scoreboard watch tomorrow night.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Back up to you, Colin.
Thank you, Spencer and Coach Sherman. And again, congratulations to your Martinsburg Bulldogs getting the 42-14 win over Morgantown to stay alive in the playoffs. Let's get into our awards so that we can get out of here. Let's start with the electrifying play of the game, brought to you by Orsini's Home Store, not just an appliance store any longer. Visit them at 360 Hack Wilson Way in Martinsburg, or go to Orsinis.com. Matt?
I think I got to give it to the Jameer Hunter touchdown right at the end. Again, he battled today, and had a couple balls that couldn't hold on to, was very visibly frustrated, and I think that exclamation point at the end, I'm sure the Morgantown faithful are going to look at that and go, what are you doing throwing a deep ball at that point in the game? But I think for him especially to do that right at the end after the game he had, and a very good first half, but again, just kind of some up and down plays, I think that's my vote for the electrifying play of the game.
Is that also going to be your good hand sketch of the game, or are you giving that to Grantham with one of those touchdowns as your good hand sketch of the game? Brought to you by Kelly Allstate Insurance. For all of your insurance needs, call Gary Kelly at 304-263-4596 or stop by 724 Lakeview Drive in Martinsburg.
I think I'm going to give one of those. It's got to be one of the two touchdowns from Grantham, because by the time he got both of those, it was pretty much a all hands on deck fire. Somebody get open, and both times that happened, and he was able to catch the football, he weaved through defenders and got into the end zone. So maybe not the spectacular you got Moss catch, but big catches when they needed them.
Now, the collision of the game brought to you by Cody's Body Shop at 851 Wilson Street in Martinsburg. Family-owned, offering superior customer service and great pricing for a job done by experienced certified technicians. Phone 304-901-4777 or visit their Facebook page. And Donna, we already gave the good hands catch of the game. You can't be trying to get it with catching the walkie-talkie before it falls off the table. But we'll make sure it's a nominee next time. Collision of the game, Matt.
Collision of the game, I'm going with a late hit by Hank Marlin. I think there was a couple of big hits, really all on the Morgantown side tonight. I thought their linebacking core had a couple of really strong hits. Some good hits from Martinsburg as well, but I thought there was a couple hits from the linebacking core, and especially Hank Marlin, towards the end of the game. That was kind of a, hey, I'm here. Make sure you remember this name.
And lastly, our player of the game brought to you by Bodwell Insurance Solutions, a local professional to help you with all of your Medicare needs. Visit BodwellInsuranceSolutions.com or call 304-283-0864.
I'm going to wimp out on this one. I think you have a player of each half. I think the first half, you look at Grantham, and he was the offense. Obviously, both touchdowns in the first half. And then the second half, you're looking at Murphy Clement. He had multiple touchdowns in that second half. So I think I think if it were me voting, I'm giving one to each of them, really for the first half and the second half.
You know what? I'll give it to you because of how long halftime was.
Yes, because we
basically had two games
yes.
on hand, and Martinsburg victorious in both of them. But your final score combined is 42-14. The Bulldogs advance to round number 2 next week. Again, stay tuned to Talk Radio WRNR. Sports Mix will give you the time and day of when that matchup will be against either Cabell Midland or Bridgeport. And also tune in tomorrow to TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube as we have the Pennsylvania State Athletic Conference Championship.
Go Rams.
As the Shepherd Rams take on the IUP Crimson Hawks. Again, pregame for that is 2:30 with Nick Verzolini and Travis Smith on the call. Kickoff will be at 3 p.m., but that'll do it for us here at Martinsburg High School. Thank you to everybody helping us out tonight, our crew with Spencer Dupuis, Braden Schaffner, our cameraman, our executive producer, Donna Schaffner, for Matt Crawford. Again, a huge thank you to you for coming back, helping us out tonight on short notice, and appreciate you being back on the headsets with us. We definitely miss you, and have a safe trip back home.
Yeah, glad to do it, and got a little extra bang for my buck with that that long lightning delay at halftime. It definitely was good to have the headset back on and fun calling Martinsburg football again. Always a treat.
I'm Colin McLaughlin signing off. You'll hear Nick Verzolini after this break again. 42-14 your final score. Martinsburg with the win. Have a great rest of your evening.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
Conveniently located right off 81 at 214 Mid-Atlantic Parkway, Mountaineer Grill and Pub offers many daily specials, including happy hour 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. with $2 domestic bottles and $2.50 domestic drafts. Monday night is trivia night, Thursday night is wing night, and Wednesday and Sunday night is steak night.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be this football season. Join us Fridays for Martinsburg Bulldog games, Saturdays for Shepherd Rams and WVU games, and every Monday, Thursday, and Sunday nights for the NFL primetime games. We still have steak night every Wednesday, shrimp nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. So come on in and enjoy the Palace Lounge. We're located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
This is Ben Copenhaver, your local alarm professional at Dynamark Atlantic Security. Did you know that home break-ins are 6% more likely during the day? That's right. The bad guys know when you're away, and they are smarter than you think. Dynamark Atlantic Security has the security solutions for you. Don't commit the error when the game is on the line. Phone me today at 304-671-2158 to learn how to play good defense against the bad guys. Dynamark Atlantic Security. Call today at 304-671-2158.
You've been in an accident. Why won't the insurance company pay? Because they're trying to save money at your expense. Call Mansion Ferretti for your free consultation. We have the experience to deal with the insurance company and get you the compensation you deserve. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
With Honda, every summer adventure is the destination. Take your adventures even farther with Honda, America's most fuel-efficient full-line automaker. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 2.9% APR on a 2022 Honda Civic and a 3.9% APR on a 2022 Accord or 2023 HR-V.
CMA's Honda of Winchester, 3985 Valley Pike. CMA, moving lives forward.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic SI based on EPA estimate of MY20 full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy 2021 EPA Automotive Trends Report.
All right, the Dogs win over the Morgantown Mohigans as we welcome you into the Extra Point Scoreboard Show, 42-14. If you haven't heard the rest of the scores by now in the state, I don't know. What are you doing? Because, well, this game is over about an hour later than most of the games ended today. But if you haven't, last night, Musselman beats Wheeling Park 28-23, so at least 2 out of the 4 EPAC schools have advanced. The 2 others play tomorrow. We'll get into that just a little bit. Other scores here tonight, the Hurricane squad able to get the win over University, 56-13. Huntington Highlanders get the win over Woodrow Wilson Beckley, 62-22. Big win for the Highlanders. That was a closer game the first time those two teams. A lot of T's in there, I guess. But the first time those two teams played, it was a closer game, and Huntington this time demolishes Beckley. Best game of the night in terms of final score and closeness, George Washington winning over Princeton tonight, 31-28. A chance for Princeton to get that upset, but so far all the favorites have won in the first round of the WVSSAC football playoffs in AAA. We'll have more high school football tomorrow. Well, we won't, in terms of we won't be broadcasting, but it will be going on, and we may have updates. I don't know all the times of these games, if I'm being quite honest, but Hedgesville plays Park South tomorrow. That's number 16, Hedgesville. See if they can get the upset over number 1, Parkersburg South. Number 11, Cabell Midland. This has got a chance to be a really good football game, and well, you might see an upset here. Number 11, Cabell Midland taking on number 6, Bridgeport. And I think another game that has a good chance to be good. Number 10, Jefferson travels to number 7, Spring Valley. And then we'll get you some scores from AA and Single A tonight. Herbert Hoover beat Clay County 63-26. I think that was last night. But Fairmont Senior beat Chapmanville today 42-20. North Marion defeated Lincoln 37-0. Frankfort wins over Nicholas County 14-0. Scott East Fairmont, good game between those two schools. Scott wins at 35-31. Independence beats Bluefield 20-12, and then in single A, Cameron beats Tyler Consolidated 20-6, and Doddridge County wins over Van 43-0. East Hardy beats Tucker County 34-6, and Greenbrier West winning over South Harrison 35-0. Again, as Colin mentioned, we will have for you tomorrow Shepherd University Rams football as the Rams play in the Pennsylvania State Athletic Conference Championship game. A 3 p.m. kickoff, 2:30 pregame show. Shepherd looks to get its first ever PSAC championship, and then with that win would most likely, I don't see how any other way that they couldn't be, as they're the only undefeated team in Region 1. They would be the number 1 overall seed, which means a bye next week. But again, it's a good IUP team, so it should be a good challenge. All right, we'll wrap things up. Hope you enjoyed tonight's broadcast. Once again, your final score for Martinsburg High School, it was Martinsburg 42, Morgantown 14. Have a good night, everyone, and we hope that you join us for Shepherd University Rams football tomorrow on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube. But this has been West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube. Good night, everyone.
And that concludes today's postgame show. Be sure to tune in each week throughout the regular and postseason for more West Virginia high school football. Today's game has been brought to you by
Bechtel Jewelers, the Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, Chris Ross with the Milestone Real Estate Group, the Skinner Law Firm, Hagerstown Ford, the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm, the Myriads Group of Financial Advisors, Orsini's Home Store, Parsons Ford of Martinsburg, Sutton and Janelle Attorneys at Law, CMA Honda of Winchester, and WVU Medicine.
For the best in high school, college, and NFL coverage all season long, keep it tuned in to Talk Radio WRNR Martinsburg. All rights reserved.